All right, welcome to the Franchise Time Machine. A little earlier start than normal. There's no Ezra Denny stream tonight because it's Monday night. And thought I'd take the opportunity to maybe start a little early, finish a little early, go to bed a little early. Would be a nice change. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Stream tonight is going to be... I kind of improvised the topic tonight based on what happened earlier today. We had a really interesting experiment this afternoon. We'll see just how different the results were in today's experiment in OOTP27 compared to OOTP25, when catcher framing was an acknowledged much stronger impact. And there are several signs, including experiments by me, experiments by Ripley the Oriole, that are pointing to catcher framing and catcher defense in general not being anywhere near as strong in OTP27. Lone Star SW with the double R. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Relatively newly minted Twitch partner, Lone Star SW. I got to catch a bit of your stream, was lurking there towards the end while I was getting ready to go on myself. Always fun watching your streams. Always fun watching other people draft, because you don't have to experience the stress and get to see what decisions they make. Oh yeah, of course. Thanks for keeping the raid train alive for the late night. Appreciate that. So this afternoon we did a similar experiment with catcher defense in OTP27. This is the title slide for that. Skip410, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So when we do our experiments, I use runs allowed for defensive experiments and runs scored for offensive experiments, and then run differential for anything that involves both. If we go to wins and losses, there's just too many other confounding factors that could get in the way. We also run an 810 game season, which is 5x a normal season, to try to get rid of any RNG effects, right? Like if we do long enough of a season, then maybe those factors will get a chance to just like kind of resolve themselves. So here's what happened. Each team had both of their catchers boosted to 225 on the 250 scale in one defensive attribute. All right, one team got catcher ability, which is catcher blocking, boosted. One had framing boosted, and one had arm boosted. And one was an experimental control where nothing was boosted. The boosted arm team gave up the fewest runs. The experimental control team that had nothing boosted was only 5 runs worse than 5 runs over 810 games than the boosted arm team, and was better than the boosted catcher framing and the boosted catcher ability team. Again, the team that had nothing improved allowed just as few runs as the other teams. Yes, your arm team did win the bet for the channel points. You are correct. So we did a channel point wager, and IMDb2U wagered 10 channel points and won, I think, 7,000 channel points because no one else bet on arm. But shockingly, the team that had no improvement almost came in first place in terms of runs allowed. So it seems to indicate that catcher defense doesn't matter. So what we're going to do tonight is going to rerun that same experiment, but in OOTP25. I had done this previously, but I couldn't find the final save or the data for it. And I was migrating some files from an older laptop that I used to try to stream from, and that was a disaster. And I think maybe those files either are saved in a way that the game doesn't see them, or I haven't actually brought them over to the new computer yet. And so rather than waste time searching for it and probably not find it, we're just gonna rerun it in 25, and I'm gonna leave it as an OTP27 stream because we are comparing it to the 27 data, and we will be coming back and forth to OTP27. So I'm gonna leave it as an OTP27 stream, keep giving out the drops, because the whole point of the part we're gonna do in 25 is to validate the results from OTP27. So this will still be officially an OTP27 stream. Fortunately, it does look like I still have the experimental league in OTP25. Now, we've gotten better at this over time, so the league is not as ideally average and neutral as the current version is, but it's close enough that I think we'll be able to see if there's a significant difference from what we saw this afternoon, which is that boosting catching defense attributes does not seem to matter. So, with this data, I think I predict we'll have something very different from this, where there's almost no difference in the teams, and the team that got no boost was better than two of the teams that got boost. And I say better very loosely, right? When you have data results that are within 1.2% of each other, it's hardly statistically significant. Even with a 5x season, that's a relatively small sample size, and certainly too small for a sub 5% or sub 10% difference to really feel meaningful. So we're going to see what happens in 25. We're going to rerun this experiment. But I do have the 27 data up here. I thought we might take a quick look at it. Right, when you look at the defensive statistics, they do change based on what got boosted. Right, the caught stealing percentage, the ARM team was better. But it was only 10% better. And the actual number of caught stealing was lower, probably because fewer teams were running against them because they had such good arms. Right, the other teams that had worse caught stealing percentage because they didn't have boosted arms, they actually had more caught stealing. Right, because they had more stolen base attempts too. The team that was good at blocking, the catcher ability team, they did have fewer pass balls. Both teams had fewer pass balls. But, they only had 40 fewer than the team with the most pass balls. And so one pass ball every 4 games didn't amount to enough of a run difference to matter. So it's not that the catcher attributes aren't changing what happens. It's just that the impact is so small that it's not impacting what we really care about, which is the runs allowed. Right? The runs allowed, when you add them up across the two, there's no interleague play. So we basically have two independent experiments going on at the same time. But when we add the team blocking stats and the team framing stats and so on, which is what we use the spreadsheet for, right, there was no meaningful difference. And so we're going to do the same methodology in OTP25 and see if we get the same thing. Now, so let's go ahead and open 25. And I'm going to keep 27 open because we're going to keep coming back to 27 too. Does anyone feel nostalgic for this? All right, so we're going to create a new game, a new quick start game. We have the completely average league. We're up to iteration like number 16. Partly because I had a channel point redemption that you could rename players in the save. So every time someone got renamed, I had to resave the quick start. Nerd Anarchy with 135 game streak. The streak velocity is going to slow down now that my streams are not crashing as often. Alright, so we're going to call this experiment. Now in OTP25 they were just called EXP. So we're just going to call experiment. This is episode 625. Catcher defense. And we'll just go straight to the 5x. I don't think we're really going to do a 1x anymore. Schizophrenic Psycho, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, so we're not going to take over a team. We're already in commissioner mode. Cannot be fired. I don't get that IBDB2. Is there a movie called Experiment 626? I don't know much about Disney movies, I guess. Oh, okay. Is that like the tagline for their movie? Or they've had more than one movie, right? Oh, Stitch is Experiment 626. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and we do need to update the mailbox settings. Mailbox settings and manager options do not import when you do a quick start. So you have to reset these separately. Okay, and then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to rename the teams based on what we want to do. All right, so there is a framing team. Wait, what's the order it goes in? It goes blocking. There is framing. There is arm. And there is, I don't want to call it control because that's like, that has a pitching connotation. Unchanged. Average league, and we'll call this NL for neutral league. Okay. Neutral league blocking. Neutral league framing. Neutral league arm. And a neutral league unchange. All right. Let's also make sure everything else looks good. We haven't used this 25 quick start in a while. Okay, we are going to do a 5x season, so let's go ahead and put that in. And we have to ask for a new schedule. Every time you change the number of games, you have to ask for a new schedule. You can do that in either league structure where we just were. Just ask for generate schedule. So just to check, we look at any team's calendar, team schedule, and they should have games in December, which they do. All right, so we're going to save this. We'll also save it as a quick start. So I'll use the same label I used this afternoon, but we'll change it for 25. Yeah, we're only in 25 temporarily because we're going to compare this to what we did in 27. Oh, I forgot to actually make the changes to the teams. Let's do that first before we save it. Okay, this is team arm. So all the catchers are going to have their arm rating increased to 225. Just the arm rating. Both catchers. Okay, and then we'll go to team blocking. Same thing, both catchers are going to get their blocking rating increased to 225. Yeah, it used to be called blocking. Now I think it's called catcher ability. Team framing. They're going to have their framing boosted. Did I do both catchers for team blocking? It looks like I did. Yes. So now we go to team framing. Both catchers get their framing boosted to 225. And then unchanged is going to be unchanged. So we can just, let's just take a look at them and make sure they're, yeah, 55. Again, we've gotten better at making everyone completely average. KKang9, welcome into the chat. We are preparing an experiment to run shortly, testing the impact of boosting various catcher defense attributes. So this team is getting their arm boosted. Okay, this team is getting their blocking boosted, aka catcher ability in the current game, I believe. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a throwback, right? All right, this team's getting their framing boosted. And this team is getting their nothing boosted. Their team unchanged. So they're going to have just average defense at catcher. All right, now we can save this. And we can save as a quick start. Now this could potentially blow up in my face. If the results are the same, then nothing has changed, and everything I was recalling during the stream this afternoon will be incorrect. Each team has a catcher defense attribute. Blocking, framing, arm, boosted to 225, or is an unchanged experimental control team. 810 game, 5x schedule. So we'll save that. Okay, quick start save, game is saved. We're not going to do, so I do have pack giveaways tonight, but we're not going to do, well, I'll just do 2 wheel spins tonight. Instead of coming up with a form for this, because I just want to get to it and then get back to 27. Alright, so let's run this, and then we'll compare this data to the data we saw earlier. And I'll also fill out a spreadsheet somewhere just to combine across the 2 sub-leagues. I know Lone Star 30 games in 2 hours, 2.5 hours. We're gonna do 810 games. It's actually an 810 game season. So the number of actual games being covered is way more than that. But all right, let's go ahead and go to the preseason prediction. We have to go to opening day for that. Oh, hold on. One thing we did is we have to make sure all the teams are under non-AI control, so the AI doesn't do any shenanigans. Okay, now we should be okay. So we'll advance to opening day. You love shenanigans? I love them too, but not when the AI does them during experiments when nothing's supposed to change. That's the one time I don't care for shenanigans. Why did I do this team's? I think I did a team's abbreviation incorrectly. Let's see. Yes, this is supposed to be neutral league blocking. Okay. Okay, so let's see what the AI thinks. We're going to MLB reports and info preseason predictions. Okay, this is much like this afternoon, where all the runs against are pretty similar, but blocking does have a 100 run advantage over the other teams, which we didn't see today, earlier today. I think though it's still going to be in the same. It might not be low as 1.2%, but it does seem like it's going to be low again. Now in the neutral league, we are seeing a little more difference here, where Team Arm is giving up the fewest runs, and then Team Frame is giving up the second fewest runs. But let's sim it out and see what happens. Let me make sure I set these up correctly. Yep, framing, arm. Yep. Blocking. Yep. Yeah, everything looks okay. All right, let's do it. We're going to do a year at a time, calendar year at a time. The experimental control team was in first place in the neutral league for a while there. It still is again. If the neutral team is in first place, or the neutral team, or the unchanged team is in first place, or the unchanged team gives up the fewest runs, that means boosting your attributes is worse than not boosting your attributes. But the control team is dropping. This is why we do 5x seasons, right? So that some RNG early on and small sample size doesn't skew the results. All right, the unchanged teams are now at the bottom. The framing team is at the top of the AL, and the blocking team is at the top of the NL. But the games behind are still very small. It's 25 games across all 4 teams in the NL. It's interesting how much slower this is running than 27 did this afternoon. Okay, we're in October of the first year. So when you ask it to run this many games, it just basically runs through the winter, runs year round, and it's going to run for just under 3 calendar years to get 5 seasons worth of games in. All right, we're in early December of the first year. You know where you will see this UI every week, Cardinal fan, is on Cavicom stream. Because he will still be running 25 until they shut down the servers. All right, framing is, again, we're going to go by runs allowed, but framing is leading in the average league, and blocking is leading in the neutral league. The unchanged team has climbed above the boosted arm team in the average league, but it is in the bottom of the neutral league. So if we were to stop now, this would say that not boosting anything on your catchers is better than boosting the arm on your catchers, which of course doesn't make sense. But it is still a relatively small sample size, and the differences here are still pretty marginal. So we're going to do another calendar year. Framing has moved into second place in the neutral league. But blocking is way ahead of everybody else in the neutral league. Okay, the unchanged teams are now last place in both leagues. Nope. They've moved back up to third place in the average league. Framing is now last place. Oh, no. Framing is now last place in the neutral league. There's a lot of movement in the last 3 teams in the neutral league because they're all basically like a distant second behind blocking. All right, framing's moved up again. Nope, framing's back at the bottom. Framing has built a lead, though, in the average league. We're now in the middle of the second calendar year. We're hitting July of 2024. Yes, Winter League. It goes through Winter League back into spring training. And again, we're going to go by runs allowed, but one thing we did find in that 27 sim was that the runs allowed did correlate with the won-loss record. Oh, framing in danger of losing this lead in the average league. That lead evaporated over the fall of 2024. Okay, now blocking is leading both leagues. And framing is second in both leagues. Framing has now dropped to third in the average league after leading for most of the first 2 years. Okay. We're now January 1st of 2025. The end of the regular season is August 24th of 2025. So we're just going to sim to the end of the regular season. Team blocking leading both the average league and neutral league. Team framing now second in both leagues. And just as I said that, team framing has dropped to third in the average league. And now they're back to the games behind differences are so small that there's a lot of bouncing back and forth between framing and arm. I just saw one of the news items was that raw sewage flooded the clubhouse. Amazing news item. So in the meantime, I'm going to start getting the spreadsheet ready, right? Just a copy of the spreadsheet we used this afternoon. It was 25 and not 24 where catcher framing was really big, right? Because if it's 24, I can't recreate that because I don't have the complete average league in 24. I started this when I started streaming in OTP 25. Is raw ever needed for sewage? Well, I guess if it's in a sewage treatment plant, it might not be raw anymore. But I think you're onto something there, Nerd of Anarchy. Okay, we need to play one more game to finish the season. All right. So let's do the World Series. We do that anyway. So it's blocking an arm and blocking an arm. Framing has dropped to third in both leagues. IBDB2U though, was that because of framing or that was that LE? Was that the LE iron catcher that was like selling for like 50,000 perfect points even in late cycle? All right, so let's just do this. So arm and blocking. One arm team from the arm blocking group and one blocking team from the arm blocking group have advanced to the final. And again, this is small sample size within a small sample size, so this is really just more for fun. Okay, Team Arm did win the World Series. All right, let's look at the data. That's what we're here for. Okay. Team blocking gave up 3482 runs. And in the neutral league, team blocking gave up 3253. The control team, experimental control, the unchanged team. Or let's go in the order that they finished in. Arm. Team Arm gave up 3505. And in the neutral league, they gave up 3523. Team Framing in the average league gave up 3544. And in the neutral league gave up 3411. And Team Unchanged gave up 3572. And in the neutral league, 3577. Okay, so let's look at the data. So I need to update the formulas because this is the lowest number. Okay. Based on these results, you might actually say that catching defense might matter. Where if you boost the team's blocking, they give up the fewest runs, and they give up 6%. If you don't boost blocking or boost anything, you would give up 6% more runs. 6% is still pretty low, but it's much more than the 1.2% we saw today. And it's 4.4% better than boosting arm, or boosting 3.3% better than boosting framing. Even though framing came in third, this is why we use runs allowed instead of win-loss record. Because even though framing came in third in both leagues, they gave up the second fewest runs across both leagues. So boosting blocking is most helpful. Boosting framing is second most helpful. Boosting arm is third most helpful. And then, of course, not boosting anything is the least helpful. Contrast this to this afternoon where not boosting anything was almost the same as boosting arm, which was the best. And no team was... actually, these should be... these are reversed. Right, where not changing anything resulted in just 0.1% more runs allowed. Okay, yes, now I remember IBD2. Yes, it was the Mathis card, and he was definitely defensive based. And I think he was being used a lot as a cap card, right? Because I think he was a low iron that just had huge defense, and so he was essentially free in cap tournaments, and you could just throw him in there and not worry about catcher defense. At least you had that locked down. Right. So in 27, it seems like boosting stuff gives you anywhere from a 0 to 1.2%. So no, sorry. Boosting something either makes no difference or you give up more runs. Again, this is in the statistical noise. But in 25, not boosting it hurts you by 6%, especially compared to blocking. And if you blocked arm or framing, you were still getting a pretty significant benefit over not boosting anything. And so catcher defense did matter within, a 6% difference in runs allowed. It's still not what I would be comfortable saying statistically significant, but certainly more significant than 1.2%. And the order in which they seem to matter is blocking first, framing second, arm third. So catching ability definitely did seem to matter more in 27 or in 25 than it did in 27, sorry. This afternoon's results just basically make me feel like catching defense doesn't matter. And so this data does kind of support that, because in 25 it did matter. You could say it mattered as much as 5 times more, right? The 1.2% to the 6%. Or you could say that it mattered infinitely if you consider boosting catcher arm did nothing compared to the experimental control group. Deli Sports, let me give Crouton his scritches. I think he went to go get a drink of water. So when he comes back, I will give him his scritches. Feel free to remind me if he doesn't come back for a while and I forget. So we're switching back to 27. Let me go ahead and save this in 25, and then we'll close it. Does anyone want to be reminded how many packs I still have in 25? Let's see. Let's just open one of my accounts. Oh, this team doesn't have that many. Let's find a different team. Okay. This team has 3 million perfect points and 3,000 packs. How did we get so many perfect points? Is that just achievements that have been happening over the course of the last year and a half? Yeah, Skep. Yeah, feel free. Always feel free to ask questions in the stream. Crouton is back, so let me give him his Deli Sports scriptures while Skep writes his questions out. There you go, buddy. These are Deli Sports scriptures. Deli Sports is back today. There you go. Did you have a good drink of water? Alright, scriptures have been delivered. Oh, we got a couple of choice packs here. We got some diamond packs. Let's open these historical diamond packs. Oh, of course, I hit the card limit. Alright, let's quick sell some lives. While skip. Where's his questions? Alright, let's quick sell some lives. Well, we have no lives? Oh, we have no live perfects that are duplicates. How about some irons? There you go. There's a bunch of those. And they're not on tournament teams, right? Okay, we can at least open some packs now with that. We're so close to getting to 3 million perfect points, too. If you have a switch hitter, is there any way to know which side of the plate they'll bat from versus L and versus R? I believe it does not take into account whether the pitcher is better VRVL or whether they are better VRVL. They will just always bat the opposite handedness, is my understanding. I would test for that, but there's really no way for me to test that. There's no... I don't think there's a statistical flag for like which way they were batting in a given at-bat. But my understanding is that it will always default to the opposite of the pitcher. Jeff Heath. Oh, we got a new card? All duplicates except a new card. Wow. Alright. How is this a new card, though? That's weird. I want to screenshot this. Oh, look at this. This is back when you couldn't... It didn't default to opening another of the same pack. You had to go back to here and go back to this and select it again. Man, what a good reminder of what a good quality of life change that was that the developers gave us. Look at this, a non-dupe Francisco Liriano card. Oh, yeah, sorry. There you go. But yeah, see, it doesn't default to open the next of the same pack. You have to go back here, and then go back to this. 2 non-dupe diamonds so far. Will our luck hold up? Andre Ethier and Houston Street, both non-dupes! Holy cow. 3 diamond packs, 4 non-dupes. Unbelievable. Alright, should we open some of these 342 silver packs? So let's open a few of these. You know what? This 25th anniversary card art still holds up. Still pretty good. Still, again, we got to go back to select pack, back to silver pack. Yes, the new indicator was pretty funny. These are all dupes. All dupes. And we're at the card limit. I think that's the sign that we should leave. Look at it, we're so close to 3 million. Should we sell some cards to get to 3 million? I think the new open all feature is good. If we had it here, I would probably use it. Except I'd hit the card limit. Alright, let's, should we, I can't open the choice pack. I'm at the card limit. Maybe I can get 1 card in. That's a good point. Maybe I can get 1 card in. Silver and bronze and a oh, this is tournament batch 1 through 3 silver and 4 through 5 silver and bronze. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. This is the problem with choice packs, right? Is eventually you have all of them. Alright, which one can we get the most points for? Do any of them have buy orders? I would doubt it, unless Cavicom's looking for one. Alright, we'll look for the highest L10. JD Davis has a 2090 L10. Alright, so I guess I'll take the JD Davis. Oh! Why let me open the pack if you're not going to let me pick one? All right, we're done. We're done with this. We're done with this for tonight. All right. Reb Jr., thank you for the Prime sub. 13 months of supporting the stream. Thank you so much. Twitch will give you channel points faster, and I will give you a discounted channel point redemption for playing community games to say thank you. And Reb Jr., his girlfriend says that she wants to go on a cruise, which means we're now booked for a cruise in October. Now, I gotta ask you, the last time you went, the all-you-can-drink feature was a little nerfed, right? Like, you could no longer do certain drinks that you were able to do the first time you went on the all-you-can-drink cruise. How is it looking for this October cruise? Is it, have the benefits been further nerfed over time? It sounds like they were being pretty generous with the benefits the last time because they were still trying to get people to come back to cruises after COVID. They nerfed the heck out of it, but you got a free casino offer. So the bottom line cost... Okay, what... are they giving you, like, casino credit? Like, basically free money to gamble? Is that how that works? A free casino offer is intriguing. Alright, so it was not the hugely framing dominant performance that I kind of remembered. I think I remember that more from the perfect position experiment where catcher came in surprisingly high. And it was because framing gave them value each pitch that made up for the fact that they were playing 10% fewer games. They didn't come in first, but catcher was definitely boosted from the last place among position players that they were in this week's experiment, and they were in last year's experiment. So, catcher just gets hurt because you don't get to play as many games. But the framing in 25 did increase their benefit beyond some other position players. They made the base cost of the cruise $0, so all you pay are the taxes and fees. Also, they use a 2-for-1 deposit coupon towards those fees, so it's even less. Wow. That sounds like an amazing deal. And when you say the cost of the cruise, like that includes like food as well, right? Food and drinks, or just food? Or are you basically paying nothing to be like captive on a bar? It included everything, even the drinks package. Wow, that sounds like you found a very good deal. It's just that the drinks package no longer includes like top shelf drinks like they did last time, right? Or not last time, but the first time. But it does have a drinks package. Wow, that sounds like a great deal. So you're taking your girlfriend this time. When are you going to take your OOTP friends? You can pay a supplement to upgrade the drinks package still, but you're opting for other options. Are these like excursion options and things like that? It sounds free-ish, yes. It sounds like razors and blades. The razor is almost free, but those blades are going to cost you. No, but it does sound like a pretty good deal overall. Stuff like that, or maybe a flight upgrade. Yeah, so you're getting in for free, and including the drinks package. But because you're spending so little, I guess then you feel free to pay for other stuff. But still, it sounds like an outstanding deal. That's awesome. All right, so the experiment's done, and it's only 10 o'clock. So the other thing I thought I would do is I might do a second experiment. Oh, but before that, let me show you guys something. I did a perfect draft on stream. I did two of them last night, and one of them was a quarterfinal winner. Yeah, live breakfast I drafted on stream last night, and we've made it to the the semifinals. We made it to third, fourth place. So we made it to the semifinal. The sad thing was you checked flights were more for 2 economy than the cruise is costing you out of pocket. Wow. So this is the squad I drafted on stream. This is a live perfect draft, and we got swept in. Wait a second, yeah, we got swept in the semifinal by the Raleigh Renegades. But we did make it to the semifinal. Pretty deep run. Worth 20 clubhouse stars and some PTCS points. So let's see. I did take a perfect picture because I was offered a perfect picture in the third round. I think I took Bobby Witt in the first round. I was offered Cal Raleigh in the second round. And then normally I don't go pitcher in the perfect round, but when you're offered a perfect pitcher in the third round, I think you should take him. Or at least consider taking him. So I did take Scooble in the third round. And he did well. 4-2, 1.73 ERA, which is a 2.18 ERA plus, and a 0.8 whip, which is outstanding. So he did very well for our squad. But as usual, I went pretty silver heavy on the pitching staff. I think there's a lot of value in live silver pitchers for live perfect drafts. I'll occasionally have a gold or a bronze in here, like I think the Bayo card in bronze will often make my roster or make my rotation. And then there are a couple of the golds that are worth taking a little early. But going silver pitching rotation is pretty typical for me here. And then that lets me move the golds into the lineup. I also find pretty good value on infielders and catchers. It's silver and bronze, so my goals tend to be more outfield heavy. What are the keys you're looking for in perfect drafts? It depends on the run environment, right? So this one is defaults, so 2010 run environment with a pretty neutral ballpark. So in this case, for the pitchers, I'm looking for home run suppression and stuff. And for the batters, I'm looking for power and avoid K. Right, so pretty good amount of power here, especially for live cards. Right, all my outfielders 90, 90, 92, 99. I have a backup who's got no power, but that's a backup. And then, like, you'll see the Bobby Witt 94 avoid K, 94 power. Trey Turner 91 avoid K, 77 power. Even Zach Neto 77 avoid K, 94 power. So that's kind of what I've been looking for. And then if I can't find that, then I look for BABIP power. And then you can see here on my pitching staff, it's pretty HRA focused, but there's not a lot of HRA to be found. So then I'm looking for stuff, and if I can't find stuff, I'll take PBABIP. Right, but like Scooble gave me HRA and stuff. Dustin May gave me HRA and stuff. In the bullpen, Stanek and Hall, even though they're bronzes, they gave me good HRA and stuff. And so Stanek was my closer, Hall was my stopper because they have that profile that I like. Still couldn't get over the hump in the quarterfinal, but still did pretty well. So let's check out the team that beat me. Let's see what they were running. Well, first let's see. Did they go further than just beating us? Yeah, they won the whole thing. All right, so let's see what they're running. I feel, it's always nice if you're going to get swept in the semifinal. At least I got swept by the champion. They are going, it looks like HRA and BABIP or HRA and stuff, right? It looks like they may have been chasing control here too. Gomber is a PBABIP control guy. Scherzer is a stuff PBABIP control guy. They definitely have more control than I did. In the lineup, they definitely went power like I did. Yeah, so it looks like we have pretty similar philosophies. They did have the benefit of having Shohei. That's always nice, having a top tier 2A guy. But they invested some golds in the pitching rotation. And these are some of the goals that I would move up to take, like Framber Valdez, Nick Lodolo, because they have that HRA stuff combination that I like. But yeah, this roster is not too different from what I would have picked too. They went 14 pitchers too. I wonder if that helped them. Because, when I look at my run, we had 2 7-game series in a row and then we got swept. I would not be surprised if my bullpen was gassed. And once your bullpen gets gassed, it's hard to recover. And then getting swept is not that much of a stretch after that. So them going 13 pitcher, because they have Shohei, right? Shohei's their 13th pitcher. Yeah, Shohei's their 14th pitcher, so that kind of tracks. Yeah, they probably had a pretty big advantage. And they also, I'm assuming, did not have a 7-game series heading into our series. Yeah, they also had a day off, and they had 2 extra pitchers, so that probably made a pretty big difference. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. I am going to do a creator roster test. So let me show you what we're going to do here real quick. Okay, creator roster. In OOTP27, when we started this, you got 4 legend, and then 5 each at star, good, and average, and bench, and then 2 scrub. And then we had to test different combinations because in OOTP26, the scrubs and bench level players had gotten much better. So I had to take away a star level player, 2 good level players, 2 average level players, and add them to the bench and scrub. And even with that, right, Delhi Sports and Kynan 360, I think, won 134 games, and Nerd of Anarchy won 138 games. Which is where I want the game to be. I think it's hard when it hits the 140s, because then it's really hard to make incremental games after that. But we ran this combination and had a reroll, right? That's a new feature in 27. Any round you choose, if you don't like the batch you get, you can use one reroll for the entire game. And even with the reroll, I only hit like 105 wins or something. Nerd likes it when I talk about the community names because he's the champion in everything in OOTP27. Or 26. But based on those results, I think we can test 4-4-4-4-5-5. I think that's what we can test tonight. So let's do that. I think we have enough time where we can test that, and then I can still get to bed at a reasonable hour. So let me pull up the roster submission file. Every hour is reasonable? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. All right, I'm doing a little bit of housekeeping here before I show you the form. Okay, so here is the roster file we'll use for 27. So usually thank you. Oh, Crouton has left the room. I will give him his scritches when he returns. Actually, let me go make sure he's not up to anything. And you know what? Let me refill my water too. So let's do a 3-minute ad break, and I'll go make sure Crouton's staying out of trouble, and I'll refill my water and stuff. Oh, we just came out of an ad break. I don't know if it'll let me run one. If it doesn't, I'll just BRB. Okay, it looks like it might let me run ads, but I'll put the BRB up. All right, I am back from the RB. It looks like the ad break is over too. I don't know if the ads actually ran, but Zegers, I did deliver the scritches that you redeemed. Thank you for the channel fire redemption. All right, so we're going to change this to 4 legend, 4 star, 4 good, 4 average, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bench, and 5 scrub. 2 more drafts and then lurking while going to sleep. Berry Basher, thank you for chatting before you lurk and go to sleep. I am applying for I've already applied for Twitch partner, and what I've heard from more than a few folks who have made partner recently that viewers from raids don't count. It's organic viewers that count, and it's viewers that chat that count. So by you chatting before you lurk and go to bed, you may have helped me out there. So thank you very much. All right, so let's figure out how we're going to do this. I do think that, at least in 26, Nervac did show that you don't have to have legend level pitchers to be successful. I definitely want to go first base. Actually, first base, I think we can move to star. We still get good first base bats at star. You know what? That's gonna be my DH. We're gonna plan for a DH. Viewers from raids can count if they get rid of the raid tag in their web address. Oh, really? I did not know that. Cobra, thank you for chatting while lurking. I appreciate that. It's just during the partner application period, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, and I've decided I'm just going to apply every March, because in March I have more viewers than normal because people are interested in these experiments. And so Fight Me Cutie Pie says, yep, just have them switch to your channel and they count as viewers lurking. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. If they refresh, it's all good then. I did not know that. All right, awesome. On web can also be done by clicking the channel name twice under the player. All right. These are all new things I'm learning. Thank you for that. I'll let folks know the next time I stream. Skep says there's a thing called active viewers. It means your tab and the web browser are front, as in people are watching and not lurking or came in on a raid. Huh. All right. Well, thank you very much. So clicking the channel name twice under the player will do it. Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. All right, so we are going to go first base. We are going to go center field. I do think shortstop is important, and then we're going to go for another big bat in right field. We're going to take 3 starting pitchers at the star level. And we're going to finish the rotation at the good level. I do want at least 1 relief pitcher at the good level. And then I think we got to go second base or left field. Maybe we keep it at third base. Oh no, I think middle infield is important. All right, at the average level, I want at least 1 more relief pitcher. And I want to at least finish my starting lineup before we get to the bench level. So catcher, third base, and left field. I don't want any scrub level pitchers if I can help it. So, and we'll go 12-man pitching staff. So we've got 1 reliever up here and another reliever here. So we need 5 more. So RP, 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 RP. That means my backup catcher Okay, we're going to go one scrub relief pitcher because I want my backup catcher to be bench. And then we'll go shortstop, center field. I guess we got to go second base. And I guess right field. So how many pitchers is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 2 catchers, 2 first basemen, 2 second basemen, 2 shortstops. So how many outfielders did I take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think that's good. The web address can't say raid at the end. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So I was watching Lone Star on one of my browsers, and it does say question mark refer equals raid. So can I just delete that? Oh, well, let me try the trick that Barry Bear said. If I click on the channel name twice under the player. Ah, it did go away. Oh, it did go away. Nice. That did work. All right. So you can delete it and then refresh, and then you're good. All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. I learned quite a bit from you all tonight. All right. So this is what we're going to run tonight, and we will do a pack giveaway. Let me put the form up. This will be the first pack giveaway in 27. So let me find a previous creator roster form, and we'll work off of that one. All right, we're going to copy one that Nerd of Anarchy did, episode 610. This is episode 6. What episode are we in? 625. Oh, no, I can't use this one. This is a dead ball one. I need a regular creator roster. There's so much dead ball towards the end of the cycle. I can't find a regular creator roster. Is 571 the most recent Nerd of Anarchy episode 531? 571. No, there's gotta be one more recent than that. That was the one where he did a random selection. Is there a way to sort by date? Or I can do a list view. Oh, okay, this is better. Creator roster. Can I sort by date? No, it won't let me do that. Sorry, I know this is compelling viewing for all of you, but it will be worth it when I get the pack giveaway into the chat here. Is it possible that Nerd of Anarchy's random selection one was the most recent creator roster we ran? It looks like it might be. Did we really not have another creator roster since then? Regular creator roster? Ah, it looks like that was it. I'm going to use one from just before that, though, because I know there was extra language in that random one that we don't need, so. Okay, this is episode 625. Again, that's a dead ball. Why am I so dumb today? It's another dead ball that I chose. Okay, no, there are some regular creator rosters here from... Okay, this is a regular creator roster from January. Okay, alright, we'll use this one. We'll use this one. Episode 625. Creator roster. Test number 2. Alright, let me update the title and then I'll put it in the stream so you can see what I'm working on. Okay, so this is the pack giveaway form for tonight. Are y'all excited to have pack giveaways back? I'm kind of excited. Alright, so in tonight's stream, I will continue to calibrate the original version of Creator roster for OOTP27. We will build the best team possible out of 4 legend star, good, and average players, and 5 bench and scrub level players. So it's 4-4, 4-4, 5-5. Okay. Oh, who are we going to take over in the 2025 season? Is it still the Dodgers who are the team that it makes the most sense to take over? Let me think about this. A good team in an otherwise bad division is probably the way to go. If I take over the Dodgers, I still have to deal with the Padres. If I take over the Blue Jays or the Yankees, I still have to deal with the Blue Jays or the Yankees, whichever one I don't take. Sorry for coughing in your ears, everybody. I did not have time to mute before that one. Let me show you the BREF standings I'm looking at right now. Mariners might not be a bad choice. Nerdaraki's saying the Cubs. The game loves the Cubs. Is that true? But I don't know. It doesn't seem to make sense to take the Cubs and leave the Brewers in place. By the way, Shohei is nowhere near as dominant in 25 in the 2025 season he was in the 2024 season. He's still going to get 50 bombs, but he's only going to get about 20 stolen bases, and he's not hitting over 300. He's hitting about 280. So he is not the shoe-in for MVP or the Shohei in for MVP as he was in OOTP 26 when we were using the 2024 season. I don't think Ketel Marte is an 80 power anymore, so I think we're safe from Ketel Marte, Rev Jr. That's a good call though. He was a menace. That's true. It actually might be the Phillies. I'm actually looking at the standings and I'm thinking the Phillies, which would be tough because I'm gonna have to beat up on my Mets to do that. But I might be the Phillies or the Brewers. I don't think it's the Dodgers or Padres this time. Well, I can't. I would like to play the Mets, but I have to try to pick the best option possible because I'm trying to test the upper limit of the new roster choices. So I have to try to pick the best options possible, try to push the upper limit of the win total. I think it's Phillies, Brewers, or it still might be the Dodgers because then you still get to beat up on the Rockies. Yeah, the problem is if you pick a division with two close teams, you still have to deal with the other. Now, granted, if you take the Tigers, the other would be an 88 win Guardians team, which is not as scary as like a 94 win Blue Jays team or a 92 win Cubs team. I think it might be the Phillies. No, no, wait, hold on. I do really like the idea of beating up on the Rockies or the White Sox, though. If we do take the Tigers, like Z Grizzly suggesting, we do get to beat up on the White Sox. I actually think it's still the Dodgers. Okay, yeah, if you take the Tigers, you get to play the White Sox and Twins. That's a good point. And teams like the Mets and Braves, they worry me because they have good parts. And sometimes teams with good parts actually sim very well. And I do kind of like the idea of still keeping Shohei in just to see what happens. So Z Grizzly is saying Tigers. Nerdavank is saying Cubs. I do like the Cubs because you get to play the Cardinals and the Pirates, but I'm going to veto the Cubs because then you're leaving the Brewers in place. Is that when you drink 9 beers and eat 9 hot dogs over 9 innings, nerd? It is? Okay, yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. I knew my friends used to do that. I didn't know it was a thing now. I don't drink, so I never did that, but my friends used to do that. They would say we're gonna 999 this one. I'm like, what does that even mean? And they're like, yeah, you're not gonna be playing, but we are. Yeah, they did not use 4 ounce fours and half size hot dogs. No, this was at a minor league baseball game. I should clarify that. Yeah, this was minor league baseball game. These are friends from work, and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna 999 this one." They said you can play too if you want to have 9 sodas, or actually, it was in the South. So it said if you want 9 Cokes. But I was like, man, that sounds even more disgusting. So you still want to imagine a reality where I take 2 at bats from a minor league team and hit a home run out of it. So my family and I went to in Portland. We have the Hillsboro Hops, which are like I think a AAA team. But in Portland, we have the Portland Pickles, which is like a short season like college league, and they had this promotion where someone from the stands got to take an at bat. And it turns out later that it was like they were in the stands, but they were like an intern for the team, I think. So he had just recently played college ball. But he drew a walk and he scored a run. And so they let him come out and play an inning in the field. And I think he caught a fly ball. And then I want to say he went yard, but I think actually he got a base hit or something. But it was kind of amazing. But there was some doubt as to like whether he was a plant or not because he had played college baseball recently and he was like an intern or somehow connected to the team. But it was pretty awesome. Did he get a base hit? I thought he walked. I thought he walked and then went yard. Because everyone was so excited that he even got on base, and we thought he was going to get pulled for a pinch runner. Claydock says, my buddy once told me that there's a conference group room he tried the door for randomly at AmFam Field called the Yount Room. He was like, yeah, during the game, everyone is in their seats, so you can just walk in and grab beer from the fridge. Sometimes they have hot dogs, too. I thought he was full of it, but I followed him when we went to the game and walked out of that room with pockets full of beer. Amazing. That's incredible. I wonder if every few weeks people go in that room like, it happened again. Like someone stole all the beers. All right, I'm going to go. You know what? I think it would be fun to keep Shohei in the game. So I'm going to go. All right, let's do it. Let's go Tigers and we'll beat up on the White Sox and Twins. I'm going to follow Z Grizzly's suggestion. Hey, Kynan, good seeing you. Welcome in. All right, so we're going to take over the Tigers. Oh, wait, one other big thing. We will also be using one reroll where we get to replace all 5 players in a round. with a fresh set of players. I'll come up with a better description for that for when we do this for real. All right, we'll take over the Tigers after player creation. We'll only have a. That's not a couple. That's a few decisions to make. Pitching rotation mode, team strategy, fatigue settings. No, most people have not taken. Oh, no, that's it. Fatigue settings. AI will run anything in the 2025 MLB run environment. The latest run with these. Oh, there are no there is no other run with these. These are new settings, so we're going to delete all this. It is a 2025 season. So yeah, kind of. We finished our catcher defense in OOTP27 experiment to compare to what we did with OOTP27 this afternoon. And catcher defense is definitely nerfed in OOTP27. I think I can pretty confidently say that now. Now I started early because Ezra's not streaming, so I'm gonna take the extra time and we're gonna try out another calibration for creator roster for OOTP27. Okay, same questions as last time. Will this team make the playoffs, win its division, make it to the World Series, win the World Series, win a Cy Young Award, win an MVP? How many regular season games will this team win? That is the final question in the Survivor style part. Everyone else is going to come back in for second place. How many games will we finish behind in the division? 0 if you think we're going to win the division. How many All-Stars, Gold Glove winners, Platinum Stick Awards? MLB ranks 1st through 30th. Regular season home runs by the team leader in home runs. For players at least 300 plate appearances, highest batting average, highest OPS. Highest batter WAR. And then for pitchers, most strikeouts, lowest ERA, 100 innings pitched, lowest WHIP, and highest pitcher WAR. So I think all those other questions can stay the same. All right, so let me go ahead and publish this form. I'm going to call it Creator Roster 27 because it's an OOTP 27. All right, so let's publish that. All right, pack giveaways are back. The first one of the cycle. Link to form for tonight's 10-pack giveaway. The first of the OOTP27 cycle. All right, good luck, everybody. Let me go ahead and pin that. It's good to have the pack giveaway form back. I'm already excited about how fun that's going to be. Let me put the title slide up for a second. I should probably make a second title slide for the game night part. I'm going to spam a few tournaments real quick here before they fill. What else is going to fire while I'm streaming? Bronze Late is going to fire. Oh no, Bronze Late has already fired. So do I need to sign up for that? Sorry, let me check these couple tournaments and I'll be good to go. Okay, not on this account, but I am playing it on this other account. And then I think we're done. Yes, late bronze on this account. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. We're all set now. So let's go and set this up. We are going to create a new game. We're going to use a quick start. Create a roster 27 in 2025, quick start 02. Oh, this is set up in the beta, so do I need to set up a new environment? Yeah, I don't think I've set up a quick start. Yeah, let's go ahead and create a new quick start tonight. It'll be number 3. So let me make a note of that. It'll be CAR 27 2025 run environment QS version 3. Okay. The game, though, will be Creator Roster 27 FTM version 2 test. Oh, no, I'm not using the quick start. I just said I'm not using the quick start. We're creating a new historical game. 2025. Default mode. No complete history. Keep the file size small. No import minors. Keep the file size small. No expansion. That's fine. This will be Creator Roster 27 franchise time machine version 2 test. Okay, commissioner mode cannot be fired. Now we're not going to take over a team yet because we're going to use this as our general creator roster quick start. I'll add myself to a team later. So we'll just go start game. So it's setting up the season. Now these will not carry over with the quick start, but I do need to set them for tonight. So news from the entire world. Now this you don't need to do if you're just setting this up to experiment on your own. This is more for the stream. I do recommend that you set the manager options though and uncheck these exit autoplay choices to minimize interruptions of your sim. I don't use the do not disturb because it gives the AI too much power to make changes I don't want it to make. Alright, so we're going to go into game settings, and we'll just go in order. We're going to disable or enable things that basically keep the players the same throughout the course of the season. Scouting will leave off so it's 100% accurate. We're going to uncheck coaching because coaching will change your players. And we leave owner goals unchecked, but the owner will still bother us. We're going to disable storylines because storylines can cause players to retire. We're going to disable injuries. We're going to disable suspensions. Disable player development is already checked. And we're not going to allow potential to influence minor league results, even though there are no minor leagues. Just to be safe, I want to uncheck that. Base gen, nothing changes. AI settings, nothing changes. Almanac is the same. Database is the same. League settings will open these other submenus. Set all teams to not allow AI roster changes. We're going to do this because I don't want them pulling players from the reserve rosters. Okay. League and teams, this remains the same. Rules. DH is enabled. We're going to get rid of roster expansion in September by changing the expanded roster size to the same as the active roster size, which is 26 players. So it's going to technically expand, but from 26 to 26. We're going to disable trading. And we're going to leave checked disable creation of free agents. Now you'll see, we just unchecked an enable trading, and we're leaving checked a disable automatic creation of free agents. There's a lot of enable, disable stuff that's like reverse. So you have to read these carefully when you set this up. Nothing changes for financials. Under options, I personally don't want pitchers to win the MVP because they have their own elite award and the Cy Young award. I don't want to have to bother with manual Hall of Fame voting. I also don't want to bother with manual All-Star voting. I am going to change the influence of popularity in All-Star vote from high to none. So now, theoretically, the All-Star voting will be based on player performance instead of popularity. Let me just make sure the wild card is the 3-game playoff. It is. All right, under players, this stays the same. Under historical, I do not want players retiring or missing seasons according to history. And I do not want to automatically import historical rookies. And then under stats and AI, we do want to lock in the current modifiers, which will make it feel like 2025. But I do not want it to recalculate the modifiers after we create our creator roster players. I want them to perform as created. So we're going to uncheck that. And I believe that's the entire setup for creator roster. So go ahead and save this. And we'll save this as a quick start. This is create a roster, run environment in 2025 MLB season. Injuries, etc. turned off. AI not able to make roster moves. And what else? Era modifiers locked. Modifier recalc off. Okay. Built in. What's the not beta version? Is it the live version? I just want to distinguish it from the one that was built in the beta. But the beta base game was also the base game, right? I'm trying to distinguish her from the beta. Maybe I could take this off. Maybe it's enough that the other one says it was built in the beta. I'm glad that I noted that. I don't even remember doing that. Oh, you know what? Why don't we just put the build date? 2026. 3/23. 2026. That'll help. I keep thinking I'm forgetting something. League structure is fine. We don't need a new schedule because we need to change in the teams. I turned off the AI's ability to make roster changes. I think that's it. I keep thinking there's some weird thing down here I'm supposed to toggle on or off, but I don't think there is. I think we got it. Alright, so now we're going to actually, since I quick save that, did I save quick start? I saved the quick start of that. Now we could actually build tonight's run. So we're going to take over the Tigers. Yeah, we're going to delete out the Tigers roster. And let's start building. Okay, so first base, center field, shortstop, right field. We're taking a page out of Nerd of Anarchy's book. We're going offense first. Someone said they already submitted, right? Before I even built the built the run environment. Who was that? Form is in. Nerd of Anarchy says form is in already. Wow, Max LP80 is in 23-4 in high gold. And now you've jinxed it and you're going to go 3-24 in high gold for your next 27 games. Alright, so we go to MLB. No, sorry. We go to Manager pull down menu, GM and Manager Actions, sign a free agent. And if you're in Commissioner mode, you'll have this Actions pull down menu where you can import historical players like we do for our historical community games. But for Create a Roster, we use this Create Fictional Players. And our first one will be a first baseman, average age, legend level, and we're going to make 5 of these. And we already have the creator roster, batting view, we want all players. There we go. So we've added BABIP and avoid Ks. The splits now include I. And we still have the same fielding attributes. Catcher ability, catcher arm, catcher framing. Oh no, catcher ability and arm, infield range, and turn double play. Outfield range, we did add outfield arm. And we got speed and stealing. I left bunt in for some reason. Should we take out bunt? Let's take out bunt. Alright. So we do have a couple, an 85-90 power I guy. This is an underwhelming first base round. Do I use my reroll right away? This guy's not terrible. Josh Abson's not terrible. Above scale power, 90i. His avoid K is average. His BABIP is above average. Alright, I'm going to take Josh Abson. I'm going to save that reroll. Pizza. Josh Pizza Abston. All right. Next up is a center fielder. Give me a Junior or a Willie Mays. Ooh, look at all those 80 powers. 80 power with 70 BABIP and 60 contact. The eye is a little low though. But the stealing is 70 also, and he's the top defender. I think I'm willing to give up 20 eye to get 5 BABIP, 5 to 10 contact, and to get 20 steal and 5 defense. So we're going to go Ryan Peterson. Welch. Ryan Welch Peterson. We have seen 55 defenders in OOTP27 at least win Gold Gloves. That's true. Maybe I don't mind the lower eye since he's got that high BABIP. Oh, I forgot to add him to the team. All right, next up, shortstop. It's really trying to tempt me with this 90-85 guy, but the 35 strikeouts avoid K is a little too low. So I think for me it's between Tommy Miles and Justin Renke. I think I'll take 10 defense, 10 contact, and 10 avoid K for 5 less power and 10 less eye. I think that's worth it. So yeah, we're gonna go Tommy Miles. No, actually, BJ Kokak. BJ Kokak has 90 power, 85 eye, and 70 defense. But I think that 35 avoid K is just too bad. 70 defense is tempting though at shortstop. But I think Tommy Miles' defense is good enough, and his bat is bet. I think is better. I mean, it'll hit fewer home runs, but he's not going to hit 200. So we're going to go Tommy Miles here. El Mexicano. Tommy El Mexicano Miles. All right, and then the fourth and final legend level player will be a right fielder. Another 90 power, but with 35 avoid K. Do I want to take 10 less power for 20 more avoid K? 10 more contact, but also 10 lower BABIP, but 10 more defense. Or I could go down here to Jose Pena, take 10 less power, 5 less eye, 10 less BABIP. We get 5 more contact, 15 more avoid K, and 40 more stealing. I think it's It's Harrison or Pena. Pena has the best arm. Well, so does Harrison. Harrison and Pena have the best arm. I think I like the extra stealing we get with Pena too. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Pena here. I don't know though. We're giving up 5 contact and 5 avoid K off Harrison, and 5 defense off of Harrison. And Pena's a lefty, and his VL split is not very good. Oh no, it's not that bad actually. Now that I look at it, it's not that bad. It's just that Harrison is not splitty at all, which is really nice. I think I'm a little too intrigued by the 70 stealing of Pena. We're gonna go Pena here. 80 power, 70 stealing is a little too tempting for me. The Entertainer. Alright, pretty good legend level round. Not amazing, not terrible. I'd say pretty good. Alright, we're going to go move down the level now to star level, first base, and then 3 starting pitchers. So this will presumably be our DH or our first baseman, and our other first baseman becomes a DH. And we still have our reroll. The AI really wants me to take one of these 85 power guys. 85 power, 85 I, 70 BABIP, but 30 avoid K. You know, given the rest of this pool, I think Tyler Schizler is an easy pick this time. I think I was right to pass up on the low avoid K high power guys in the other pools. I think in this group, it makes sense to take Tyler Schizler. Or maybe to have used my reroll. But we take Tyler Old Gray Fox Schizler. The 20-year-old Old Gray Fox. No, that's true, Z Grizzly. But some of the other, like the 35 avoid K, 40 contact guy was not going to do it. This guy seems a little more reasonable. All right, and 3 starting pitchers. These are going to be important, and I'm glad I have my reroll for the starting pitchers. I really like Jared Adams. Is it just because he's the first guy on the list? Now with Victor Medina, I could get 5 more stuff for 5 less control, but then we also lose some stamina. I think we're going Jared Adams. He's a lefty. We're going to go... I'd rather have the 5 stamina, I think, and the 5 hold, and the 5 control than the 5 stuff I get from Medina. So we're going to go Jared Adams. Yeah, no, I agree, Seegers. Medina's not bad either. He's definitely 1A, 1B with Jared Adams for me. Kokolin is the nickname. Oh, I forgot to add him to the team. Better add him before some other team scoops him up. All right, let's see. Second starting pitcher. Not assigning any value, just the second of 3 in this group. Top stuff guy is Chad Thompson. He still has 55 control. But I do like Victor Arts. 10 less stuff, but 5 more home run suppression and 10 more control. Look, the 75 stuff is very tempting, but I like this balanced profile of Victor Arts better. So we go Victor Arts. Yeah, a little better on hold too than Chad Thompson for sure. Yeah. All right, and then the third of 3 pitchers at this level. So far, pretty happy with our choices. Haven't had to use the reroll yet. I think CJ Smart is good enough that I can save that reroll for my good level starting pitchers. I think I'm going to need it for the good level starting pitchers. Pretty happy with my star level pitchers here. Yeah, and I did get a lefty too. I think my first pick was a lefty, right? So got that out of the way early. Okay, is everyone labeled? Yep, everyone's labeled. We've got our 8 players. And so we're ready to go down another level. To good. We take the rest of our starting rotation, 2 starting pitchers, our first relief pitcher, and a second baseman. The variance really picks up here, or it has historically, so this is why I'm glad to have that reroll. Alright, we're not using the reroll because I like Felipe Orta. Aerosmith might be good too. I think we're Aerosmith. His name it sounds like Aerosmith. That's funny. You get a little more hold with Orta. They have the same splits. Aerosmith gives you a little more velo. So that underlying stuff within that 55 might be a little higher. I'm gonna take a risk that higher velo has a slightly higher stuff under that 55, and am I willing to give up 5 hold for that? I think so. Ziegler says Hamilton has less stuff but more stamina, and he does have much better hold. He's also more splitty though. So I'm still gonna go Aerosmith. Aerosmith is an amazing name. This is the first player at good level. But there were enough good choices there that I didn't have to use my reroll. It'd be great if I could have that reroll still available when that relief pitcher round comes. All right, so let's do our last starting pitcher. Not necessarily last in the rotation, but the final one we're creating. Oh, no reroll needed. Rodriguez and Lyle both look pretty good here. And I think the flatter profile with the 10 more control and the 10 more. Ooh, but 5 less stamina. That's tough. That's a little tougher. You know what, though? 5 less stuff for 15 more control and 5 less stam. I'm going to take Pudge here. Pudge Jr. Okay. Still have that reroll. Now, relief pitchers drop in quality faster than starting pitchers, who drop faster than position players. So this relief pitcher pick feels pretty important. I would prefer to keep my reroll for the average level relief pitcher, though. That's where I think I'm really going to need it. So hopefully we don't have to use it here on our good level relief pitcher. Did I put good in? I'm pretty sure I put in good. Let me check the clip. I'm checking the clip right now. I'm pretty sure I said good. Relief pitcher, average age. I put in the 5 first, then I come back up, I choose good. Yeah, it is good level. Confirmed. These are legit choices. Mike Chambers looks amazing. Speckle, thank you for the scriptures for Crouton. Delivering those now. There you go, buddy. These are from Speckle. This is definitely a steal at the good level. I will not be using my reroll for sure. This guy's amazing. This is a legend level closer available at the good level. This guy is sick. 165 back injury proneness. That would explain part of why he's so good. And ended up in the good pile. Alright, last pick of the good level is the second baseman. Holy cow. Jonathan Garza is tempting with the 70 BABIP 80 avoid K. His eye is weak, but he is an above average defender. He does have 70 turn double play. These two power guys, their avoid K is just too low. Yeah, Tom Tidwell is pretty tempting with the 75 steal and the 65 defense. He's got 65 power. 65 power, 75 steal is pretty special. It is 65 power, 75 is steel is pretty speckle. I just like how similar the name Speckle looks to special. Yeah, he would be a real good leadoff hitter with that 75 eye, 75 steal, and 65 defense. The only thing that concerns about his defense is his turn double play is a 55. But 25 power and 30 eye for 30 contact is definitely worth it. And that doesn't even count the steal. So I think I got to go Tidwell. And we'll eat the low turn double play. Plus he's a switch hitter. Holy cow, look at this Swiss Army knife guy. Holy cow. Let's go back. Did he have outfield range? Oh, he did have decent outfield range. The cake was not alive for a change. All right, what a great pull at a good level second baseman there. I do wish the game would give us more of those utility style profiles. Those are pretty fun. Let's look at the labels. Did I label everyone? Yes. All right, time to go down a level. At the average level, we get a relief pitcher, probably our setup guy, catcher, third base, left field. And we still have our reroll. This is where it might be necessary. At average level, things can get pretty rough, especially for relief pitchers. Oh, now this is a tough decision. We do have 50 stuff, 50 control. That's actually pretty decent. I think there's a chance that we get a worse pull if I use the reroll here. I hate not using it, but I think we're gonna keep the reroll in our back pocket, and we're gonna go Justin Molka. I think he's too good to use the reroll on. Yeah, this profile I think is fine. It's not a steal, but it's too good I think to use the reroll. The downside risk I think is too much. Smiley Face James says 85 gap. Is that the second baseman I just took? Oh yeah, 85 gap, 65 power, 75 eye. Plays all these positions, 75 steal. What a good player. All right, average level catcher. We usually can still get good defense out of these catchers at these lower levels. I mean, you just need 1 out of 5, right? So, and usually we can find at least 1 out of 5 good defensive catchers down here. Yeah, 260s and a 55. Good blocking, good arms. Not that it matters. Spyface Jane, I don't know if you saw the first part of the stream, but the catcher defense in OOTP27 did matter more than in 27. We had a maximum 1.2% difference in OOTP27. It was a 6.6% difference in 25. And the unchanged experimental control team did not finish in second place. They finished in last place. All right. Even though he's a good defensive catcher, I'm not taking Brian Pung because his contact, BABIP, and avoid K are too low. So I think that really basically leaves Alex Moss. 60 power, average contact, BABIP, and avoid K, above average defense. Now what's interesting, he has outfield range and outfield arm. So let's see if the cake is a lie, or does Alex Moss have outfield fielding? Nope, no outfield. The cake is a lie. Okay. Next up, third base. Ooh, 75 power, but it comes with 40 contact and 30 avoid K. I think it's going to be one of the flat profiles here, either Mike Carlson or Gary Evans. I think giving up 10 power and 15 I is too much to get 10 contact and 10 avoid K for Michael Darr. And let's see, I'm getting 5 power and 10 I with Evans for 5 less contact and 5 less avoid K, and we have better defense. So we're going to take Gary Evans. Now, one thing I do want to look at, I'm locked in on Gary Evans, but Mike Carlson has 60 outfield range and 60 arm. Does he have outfield ability? Or is the cake a lie? Holy cow, he's a total Swiss Army knife. First, second, third, short, left, center, right. It was not a lie. It was for real. Holy cow. Wow. I really missed out on this guy. 85 gap power too, which did not show up. Look at this guy. Mike Carlson, a stud. Instead, I took Gary Evans, so let's see what I got. Okay, he plays all the infield spots. Not bad. Not bad. Does not have 85 gap power, though. All right. Pretty good third baseman, though. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right, then last pick at the average level is our left fielder. Because I'm only going to show gap and dead ball. I'm only going to show it in a run environment where it matters. Gap doesn't matter in modern. Pretending like you don't know the answer. Yes, I have an anti-gap bias in modern era. Again, 70 power but 35 avoid K. Although he does have 65 defense, he is the top defender. The 70 steal would be more interesting to me if he had better eye. 60 contact, 65 okay. He'll still get on base, but without any eye, that 70 steal is not as interesting to me. I also pay attention to the experiments by FHA that said gap just does not compete with the other ratings in modern. So it's not that it doesn't matter. It's just trailing the other ratings, both in my mind and in the experimental results. I'm still tempted because he's a top defender, 70 power. That's a good point, Fly Shane. I could just take all the catcher defense ratings off the board. This time I am a little tempted because the defense is the best. The eye is the best. Or do I use a reroll here? That's also an option. I think Juan Fonte is good enough to be a starting left fielder. Also, because Smiley Face Jane, I think it's more interesting if not everything everyone wants is on the screen. Like, to me, not having all the fielding positions listed makes it more fun. Like, I missed out on that Swiss Army knife guy, but I don't mind. But it was more fun, I think, picking without it. I don't think full transparency makes for a better game or a more interesting game. I think I'm gonna try out Juan Fonte. I don't love the profile, but I maybe could have used a reroll there, but I think he was good enough. He was good enough. So now we can use a reroll if we get a really atrocious relief pitcher batch, which is kind of a nice luxury to have. Hey, Sniper Chain, if you want to, you can do random rolls for your picks. You can do whatever you want. All right, we're going down to the bench level now. We've got almost all relief pitchers at the bench level. 1, 2, 3, 4 relief pitchers and a catcher. And then we're going to take one scrub relief pitcher. So 4 bench level relief pitchers. These feel pretty risky, so I'm glad I have my reroll still. And pitching ratings. Okay, I think Ricardo Duran is probably okay enough to not use the reroll here. And we do get a lefty. We do get a lefty. So keeping that reroll for one more round. I mean, excluding bench and then saying why have any ratings at all feels like kind of a ridiculous question. Just because I don't have gap, like why have any ratings seems kind of ridiculous. So Grizzly, thank you for. Oh, now Crouton is right by the chair. He is right here for his scritches. There you go, buddy. All right. So one not terrible bench level receiver. Not good, but not terrible. Not terrible. So still haven't used that reroll yet. My reasoning was that I think it's more fun to not. Yeah, I didn't say not give any information though. But I also don't want to give every information. There's a lot in between those two bookends. All right, everyone's got the same PBAB, so we can take that off the board. The 45 control is tempting, but it comes with really bad stuff. Do I want to give up 10 control and 5 home run suppression for 5 stuff? But that also means giving up 35 hold and 50. Yeah, I can't do that. So we'll. It also means 2 lefties, which is not how I want to start here. But we are going to do Justin Williamson. But if I add gap, you have every single batting attribute then. You have contact, BABIP, avoid K, power, I, and gap. So there's literally nothing missing at that point. In the batting section, you would have every single attribute. All right, bench level. Again, not great, not terrible. I do worry about that 35 stuff. All right, another relief pitcher. I do wonder if I should have used a reroll in that round. Ooh. Cecil Cadno with no hesitation. The stuff sucks, but the HRA is great. The control is amazing for bench level. All right. Oh, it is a third lefty. That is true. That's not great. But he was too good to not take and too good to use a reroll on. I did swine fishing, but I intentionally left the splits incomplete on the pitchers. Again, because I want to have some element of not having every piece of information. All right, how many relievers was that at the bench level? One, two. Is that just two? Oh, I thought I had three, but I guess it's just two. Wait a second. We have 5 more scrubs coming. That would take us to 24. We have a catcher coming. Wait, this seems like I should have. Oh, Justin Williamson is bench. Okay. So he wasn't labeled. Okay, so we do have one more to go. Reliever, average age, bench level, 5 of these. Okay, this might be the reroll. The best of the batch is Tommy Kreidler. Or if you're into stuff, Darius Brooks. But that 25 control, I don't think makes up for the 55 stuff. And this is a pretty rough profile with the 30 control. That's true. Tim Lucy does have hold. I mean, it is possible I use the 45 stuff is not awful. I have a feeling I'm going to be taking this reroll into the locker room. I think we're going to not use it. I don't know. The 30 control is still pretty rough. All right, we'll save the reroll for that scrub level relief pitcher, I guess. I'll take Tim Lucy. All right, let's see. All right, then we have a bench level catcher. I did take the catcher one level higher than the other backups because backup catcher plays more than the other backups. Batting profiles. Okay, no one's got power. Arguably the best hitter has no glove, so we'll take De La Roca off the table. He can just keep singing for Rage Against the Machine. All the other ones have decent defense. Actually, no, we can take De La Roca, right? If defense doesn't matter, if catcher defense doesn't matter in 27, we can actually take De La Roca. He's arguably got the best bat. He's got 5 more power, 10 more I, and 5 more BABIP than C. Schultz. He just has 10 fewer avoid K. Yeah, so if catcher defense doesn't matter, let's just take Josh De La Roca. He's got a decent bat. All right, that's going to do it for the bench level. And we're going to go down to the scrub level where it's all backup position players. Oh, no. Oh, we have one more relief pitcher. That's right. That's what the roll is probably for. Relief pitcher and then position player backups. Shortstop, center field, second base, right field. All right, so scrub level shortstop. Yes, it is time. Wait, oh yeah, that's right. He comes first. It is time to watch these terrible scrub level relief pitchers. I don't even know if the reroll is going to help. They're probably going to be so bad that the reroll will be bad too. All right, they're not this bad. This is the batting view. Let's go to the pitcher view. Oh, there's a 40 control guy. Automatic pick. Gustavo Nilo. We still have a reroll. There's no way we're getting better than this guy in a reroll. This guy's great. Oh, sorry. Yes, switch screens. This is what we got. This guy's better than anyone will get in a reroll. We are taking Gustavo Nilo without hesitation. Scrub level. And there we go. All right. So we have a reroll for 4 backup position players. High hold to boot. Let's see. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, 70 hold runners. 45 stamina, too. I didn't even notice that because I just saw the 40 control way better than anyone else. So he was an instant pick for me. All right, shortstop. We still have a reroll. In hindsight, I wonder what round I should have used it in. I'm pretty happy with the players we have. I don't necessarily know that there's one I'm regretting not using it on. Okay, none of these guys can field. So this seems like maybe a good spot for a reroll on a backup shortstop with defense above 45. Because the 45 defender has 25 BABIP. Again, though, scrubs are really bad again in 26, so the reroll might not help here. They can all turn double play, actually. They just all have terrible range. I could actually take Victor Quinta. Although, turn double play may be a second base more important. I do want a little more range here. But Quintanilla, not terrible. I mean, still pretty bad. 60 avoid K, 45 contact. 45 contact is not awful. That's like what, hitting 210, 220? No, it's probably hitting 220 or 230. That's not bad for a shortstop with 75 turn double play. Just has no range. But none of these guys have range. It's not like I'm going to get a 60 defender if I reroll. I can't take the 45 defender. The 25 BABIP is too low. All right, Victor Quintanilla, it is. Keeping that reroll still. This might have been where I should have used a reroll at this point, but I think there are going to be some players that fall into like the category I'm in, where I'm going to be, I think, overly cautious. Like I was definitely too cautious about using the reroll. I probably should have used it by now, but I just, in hindsight, nothing stands out to me as like, oh yeah, that's the player I should have used it on. All right, backup center fielder. None of these guys have BABIP over 35. But there are two defenders. And one of them has 60 steal, and one of them has 45 contact. Same one has 45 contact. So we'll go Angelo Ruiz. I don't love the 35 BABIP, but he's all range too. His error and arm are not very good. But he's a 50 in center field, which is enough. Okay. Second base and right fielder, what we have left. Is everyone labeled so far? Yes. All right, second base. Average age. Scrub level. 5 of these. Oh, 50 contact, 60 avoid K. Turn double play is below average. Defense is below average, but the bat's pretty good. The rare left-handed hitting second baseman, Lou Whitaker style. There is a 70 steal guy, but their defense is also not very good. Let's see. I'd be giving up 5 contact to gain 20 steal. I'd be giving up 5 contact and 5 defense to pick up 20 steal. I am gaining 5 I. Yeah, speed. Yeah. I guess on the margins, speed could be a tiebreaker. I put a lot more weight into stealing than speed. I know some people like speed, but I don't know if that's actually true, that speed goes with range. I think there are separate ratings that that are not that don't manifest together. Just like speed and stealing are two separate attributes for two separate stats. London Enjoyer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, you know what? I think maybe the speed might be the tiebreaker though, because I was kind of torn. We'll use speed as a tiebreaker, and we'll take Verkamp. Meh. Not good, not bad. I wonder if instead of choosing between the two, I should have just re-rolled. D-Block, I think speed is also beating out double play. And I think that's about it. But I think, yeah, I think those are the. I thought base running is like scoring from second. All right, so for camp, we have one more player left, and we still have that reroll. I wonder if instead of choosing between those two, I should have used the reroll. Well, we'll find out how bad this group is. Last pool of players, right fielders. Scrub level. Rerollings for the week, accept your fate. Well, I've unintentionally followed the. Oh, wait, maybe I'll use it here. Maybe I'll use it here. Let's see. Because these are all funky profiles. The one power guy has 25 avoid K. The one BABIP guy has no defense. The other problem with the 60 power guy is he has 25 avoid K and 25 defense. All right, I'm gonna use a reroll here on my on my least important player. A scrub level right fielder is gonna get the reroll. We might as well use it. No sense taking it into the locker room. All right, let's see what we get. Ooh, 55 contact, 50 BABIP, 60 avoid K. That is pretty good. That was probably worth the reroll, even at this level. Okay. Second best defender, 55 contact. I mean, that's like a, what, a 265, 270 hitter at scrub level. Not bad. Well, you're not going to get both at this level, so I figure getting one is better than another. And the power we have seen at this level has come with 25 avoid K. The 60 power guy had 25 avoid K, so I think I'd rather have Brian Jacoby here. And he's not the worst defender like the other guy was. I was looking at the other pool, so I think not terrible use of the reroll, but I bet if I watch the VOD, I will find a spot I should have used it instead. I think I definitely was like too precious with the reroll. Yeah, no, like he's not terrible. He was the second best defender, which is not saying a lot, but he does have error in arm, like you said. I'd probably be willing to swap some of that range for some of that error, but not a bad profile for a scrub. All right, so the team has been assembled. "26 players. Everyone appears to be labeled." All right, let's go to the lineups. Let's make sure we have some position coverage. Yeah, we're good. We've got multiple players at every position. Second base, often a problem. We've got 4 guys, no one below a 40, which is nice. Center field, 250 plus guys, which is great. Yep, looking pretty good. Lots of depth in the corner outfield. All right, let's go to batting order. 250 plus on all but catcher. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. All right, let's sort these by star. We got 4 5 stars and 2 4.5 stars. So Schisler is the DH and Abston is the first baseman. Abston the slightly better fielder, so I wonder if that's why. Lineup looks reasonable. None of the 2 stars is having to start, which is also good. Let's see, our 75 steel guy Tidwell is leading off. Peterson is a 70 steel guy. He's batting third. And then Pena's a 70 steel guy. He's hitting sixth. So even with Tidwell leading off, I think he's going to get on base with a 75i. Maybe we don't go all the way to sabermetric, so maybe he'll get some run. Maybe go modified or moderate sabermetric. Dono, thank you for the subscription. 11 months of supporting the channel. Thank you so much. You will get your channel points faster from Twitch, and then I will give you the lower channel point redemption for community games as a thank you for supporting the stream. All right, lineup does again. I think having some of these 70 steel guys will influence my strategy choice. We won't go straight sabermetric. Let's check out moderate sabermetric. I think we have enough bad base runners that I don't want to go to something like tactician that gives a lot of green light, because I'm a little worried that I don't like giving these really low stealing guys any sort of green light. Is there a middle ground choice here between... I think traditional does not enough in the spots I like and too much in the spots I don't like hit and run. So I think it's moderate sabermetric, or what does moderate tactician look like? It still uses the shifts. I think maybe still too aggressive on the base running. I have 3 guys who are good at stealing, and everyone else is not good at stealing. So let's go moderate sabermetric. Hopefully that gives the good guys enough run and keeps the other guys from running. All right, so I think everything's set here. I'm a little out of practice. We haven't done this routine in a while, but we're gonna run the 3-minute ad break. That's your warning to finish filling out your pack giveaway form. Dono, if you just got here, there is a pack giveaway form pinned to the chat. I'm allowed to start giving away packs starting tonight, and we're going to do it with this Creator Roster test run. And that goes for anyone else who has come in recently. Feel free to join us in the pack giveaway contest. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break so we don't get interrupted during the sim, and I'm going to refill my water and stuff. So when I get back, when the ads are over and I get back, we will close the form and take a look at the guesses. All right, good luck, everybody. All right, looks like we're back from the ad break. And, oh, you know, I noticed that London Enjoyer also followed recently, so thank you for that follow. I think I missed that notification when it came in. All right, we have a lot of contestants tonight. I'm super excited at how many folks are wanting to play our first pack giveaway game of the cycle. Wow, I got another one in here. This is awesome. We don't get this many in my afternoon stream, so we have like 200 people. This is great. All right, I am going to close the form soon, so let me know if you need me to keep it open. I'm going to resize some of the columns and stuff, so there will be a few extra seconds here while I do that. You're working the afternoons? Yeah, you're probably the opposite of like most of the people who see me on the afternoons and can never make it to the late night stream. All right, let's see. Let me get this form ready to show, and let me make sure I have everything sized right. Again, let me know in the chat if you're going to need more time to submit your form. I don't want anyone to miss out just because I closed the form too early. But if I don't hear any objections, I am going to close the form and show the guesses, at least to the aggregated guesses for the first part. All right, there you go. Going to close the form. We have 10 contestants tonight. That is, I think the most we've had in the late night is 11 or 12, so we're very close to the record. I'm sure part of it is that, you know, there's been a lot of backlog of demand because we haven't done this in a while, and I'm glad we're able to do it again. Thank you to OOTP Developments for the packs they give me to give away every stream. It's one of my favorite things about being an affiliate streamer is like I have the chance to give packs to everybody, so that's super fun. I had the chance to give late night drops to people who have missed them during the day or starting their day in other time zones. And then I really enjoy being able to give away packs to everybody. So I'm glad to have that opportunity from OTP Developments. All right, here are the guesses. There are 10 of you again. Everyone thinks this team is going to make the playoffs. And most of you think they're going to win the division. But less than half of you think that this team will make it to the World Series. And only a third of you think that they will win the World Series. Most of you think there's a Cy Young Award winner here. And about 2/3 of you think there's an MVP winner. We're in the AL, so Judge probably is our big competition for the MVP. We took out Scooble, so we don't have to fight him for the Cy Young, which is helpful. All right, well, let's go ahead and save this as the quick start too. Create a roster 27, franchise time machine, version 2, test. Testing 4, legend, star, good, average, 5, bench, and scrub. Okay. Let's see how this team does. Well, let's see what the AI thinks first. We'll sim to the Tokyo series, which is... Oh, no, wait. Was there... Wait, 2025... Yeah, there was a Tokyo series in 2025, right? Oh, yeah, opening day is the 18th. That's why. I almost sim past opening day. Sim to opening day. Generating preseason MLB predictions, so that's what we're about to look at. MLB reports and info, preseason predictions. 127. Okay, this might be a little too hot with the four four good and four average, and only five scrub and five. The a starting point of two, and you know, if we end up even higher than that, that would definitely will be tough. Right, I keep thinking back to like 25 was fun. The EVC came in with 141, and then we had some 140s after that. But when you're already that high, to get progressively higher just seems impossible. Smiley Face Jane did come in at 147 on the last day, but you know, there was a lot of runs in between where that lead didn't move because it was already so high. So that's kind of what I'm worried about. But we'll screenshot this. And let's see what it thought about our players. Number 2 hitter, number 3 hitter, number 4, number 5, number 6. So 2 through 6 and 9. So 6 of the top 10. That's a lot. We did use Nerd of Anarchy's approach where we went batters first. I went a little bit higher on the pitchers than he did, but pretty similar to his record-setting approach for OOTP26. We do only have 2 of the top 10 pitchers, again, partly by design, right? We only went good and average for the... or wait, was it good and average or star and good? I keep forgetting. We went star and good. I think he went good and average, if I recall right. Yeah, Holler, I don't think it's that good, but I think it's a little too good for the starting point. It's a little too hot for the starting point, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, look at Judge's projections: 54 home runs, 335 average. Pena comes close: 55 home runs, 315 average. But yeah, a lot of home runs coming from this crew. Only 11 wins. Let's see who. Oh yeah, Adams 11-4. Oh, this is a reliever. This is the rare relief pitcher who makes the top 10. Oh yeah, so my face is right. Both of our pitchers in the top 10 are relief pitchers. Okay, first of all, rarely does a relief pitcher make the top 10 pitcher list. We've got 2 relief pitchers in there. Wait a second. Yeah, this star level pitcher should be. Hold on. What happened? Oh, I didn't set my pitching staffs. I forget to set my pitching staffs. Okay, you know what? Let's reload the quick start. So, sorry for coughing in the mic. Let me reload the quick start. I'll set the pitching staff. And then we'll save it as a new quick start. And then we should get preseason predictions that make more sense. Yeah, I just totally spaced on setting the pitching staffs. So let's do that. Let's exit this. It'll auto save it when we exit. Let's run a quick start, and it'll be our create a roster test. So we'll name this 2A. And then I'll set the pitching staff. Then that should solve the issue. And we can start as the manager of the Tigers. Okay. I do have to reset the mailbox. We need this for. We don't need it, but it makes the pack giveaway judging a little easier. And then we need this to minimize interruptions to the sim. Okay, so we forgot to set the pitching staffs. So Adams and Arts are 1 and 2. They are the ones that showed up on the thing, but I guess because they were not assigned, I guess the AI didn't know what to do with them during the season. So we are going to go always start highest rested. Okay, now we'll save this. And now we'll save this as another quick start. Okay. Now let's see if we get preseason prediction stats that make more sense. Based on projected teams, maybe you shouldn't set the pitching staff. That's actually a good point. MLB reports and info preseason predictions. Well, we got a couple more wins out of the prediction. 129 now. And we got a third pitcher into the top 10. And did we get more batters into the top hitters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's still 6. Nick Kurtz moved up a couple spots, though. Okay, so let's screenshot these new predictions. 129 wins. And now it likes another pitcher even into the top 10. Oh no, 4 pitchers now. The 3 stars and Rodriguez. Arts, Adams, and Smart now all in the top 10. All in the top 4, actually. Wait, all in the top 3. We have the top 3 starting pitchers, and Rodriguez is number 5. Wow. Okay, well that changed things. 70 projected. Yeah, you're right. Schisler 70 projected home runs. Judge actually projected to hit even more home runs now, and higher batting average. So, whatever butterfly effect I created, it boosted Schisler's and Judge's home run and batting averages in the projections. All right, let's go to scores view. Oh, yeah, we do not play in the Tokyo series. So let's advance to our opening day. Oh, we play the Dodgers for our opening day. Fantastic. The Cubs and Dodgers split the Tokyo series. They're both 1 and 1. And we are going to start the season with interleague play. So that'll be down here. And it is Tigers at the Dodgers. Jared Adams at Blake Snell. All right. It is the top of the second. Scoreless first. We were held hitless. And with 2 outs and a 1-2 count, it is Jose Pena. Yeah, we can watch highlights again, which is nice. Fly ball to deep right field, and that is gone. All right, it is top of the 4th now. Runner on first with 1 out and a 1-0 count to Tyler Schisler. Tyler Schisler is the one projected at 70 home runs. And there is the first of 70 as he goes yard deep to right field. Bottom of the 4th, the Dodgers up with a runner on first for Freddie Freeman. 2-2 count. Fly ball to right field. It didn't look at the distance at first, but it sure did as he goes yard. cuts the lead to 1. Top of the 6th, Snell still in the game. 2-2 count to Ryan Peterson. Oh, that's gone. That is instantly gone. 372 feet. Solo shot increases the lead to 2. Josh Abston, 85 power, 85 eye guy. Top of the 6th with 2 outs and a 2-1 count. Opposite field, and that's gone. Top of the 7th, up 5-2 with the bases loaded. Could break the game wide open here with Ryan Peterson at bat. Infield is in. Ball is out to left field. That's going to score multiple. Throw home, not in time. And that's a 2-run single. We bow the bottom of the 9th, 2 outs. That's the AI's way, usually, of surrendering. Will Smith runners on 2nd and 3rd. Fly ball to right field. And that is going to end the game. So that's a nice way to handle the Dodgers. 7-2 win. All right, let's go to the standings view, and let's do not much left in March, but we'll go ahead and run March, and then we'll do April before we look at the standings and stuff. 3-1 start, not too bad, as we do the month of April. High 700 win percentage, 800 win percentage. Okay, 24-6. 13-game winning streak. Arts was pitcher of the month in April, so let's go see what that looked like. We're in the AL. Arts went 5-0, 17 hits and 35.5 innings. That's less than a hit per inning. Struck out 39 with a .25 ERA. Outstanding. 0.25 is hard to even wrap your head around. Wow. How do you have a 5-1 record with a .89 ERA? What happened in that loss? I gotta see this game log to see what happened in this loss. A .9 ERA with a loss is funny. All right, let's see game log. Oh, he actually got rocked for 5 innings, 3 earned runs in his debut. So he's been bringing down that ERA ever since then. Yeah, he started out with a rough start, 5.4 ERA, and he's been bringing it down all the way down to a .79 before letting it get up 1.1 more. Yeah, that 3-run homer, and then he said, "Okay, we're done with that." All right, let's do another month. Oh, by the way, 700 win 806 win percentage. So 0.806 times 162 is 130 win pace, which is a little too hot for what I'm looking for here. Let's do another month. Oh yeah, we've even upped the win percentage since then. Yeah, the Dodgers are in 3rd place. All right, we're interrupted by the owner, even though owner goals are set to off. A 26-game winning streak, and Miles wins batter of the month. Do we also get pitcher of the month? We did. CJ Smart this time. 5-0 in 6 starts, 2.4. A little high for a pitcher of the month, but 2.45 ERA, 31 hits and 36 2/3, striking out 37, walking 11. Tommy Miles, batter of the month. 422 average, 422 for the month. 7 home runs, 26 RBI, 27 runs scored. Yeah, the record BCRA for sure. Hold on. Ketel Marte not hitting home runs this season, but now hitting 386. Ketel Marte continues to be a menace, this time with batting average. Ketel Marte, man. All right, let's do another month. Yeah, this team's running way too hot for, I think, where we want to start create a roster. Another 8-game winning streak. The wins just keep pouring in. Pena was Battle of the Month, hit 396 with 10 bombs. That is a heck of a month. Pitcher of the Month is Pudge. Pudge wins it this time. Uh, 4-0, 1.64 ERA in 5 starts. 28 strikeouts and a 167 average in 33 innings. That guy had a 4 home run day. Oh, did I miss that in the news stories? Let's see. See, Grizzly, thank you for the scritches for Crouton. Let's find that 4 home run day first, and then we'll... Was it like way earlier, or did it just happen in the last month? Oh, it came up in the achievements? Okay, well, we can look at that. We can go to... it's under, manager, history, achievements. There's a 4-game home run streak. Is that what you saw? Yeah. Okay. Still pretty impressive, but not as impressive as a 4 home run day for sure. Okay, let's go back to the standings. Let's take a look at our month-by-month win percentage, too. 815, 929 in May, and then 846. Imagine cooling down to an 846 win percentage. Right, let's do another month. The team record looks like the Yukon basketball score earlier today. 90-20, 818 win percentage. 0.818 times 162 is a 132 and a half game win total. Absence leading in home runs, second in RBI, but not on the batting average leaderboard. Yeah, he's hitting 283. On the pitcher side, Jared Adams, second in ERA, first in wins, first in strikeouts. And Mike Chambers is third in saves. When you win by this much, I mean, there are lots of save totals, but there's a lot of games where you're ahead by too much for a save opportunity. So that I think can sometimes hurt the closer stats. Oh, you know what? I blew right past the All-Star game. I just realized. So let's look at the All-Star voting. Yeah, T Club, I highly recommend that you check out the VODs for the batting and pitching attributes experiments. Not only did we learn a lot about like what you want to boost and what you don't want to have nerfed, but they're not symmetrical. So the thing that helps you the most, so the one that I can remember off the top of my head is for batting, boosting power helps you the most, but nerf to void K hurts you the most. So it's not symmetrical. Like the thing that helps you the most is not the thing that hurts you the most when it's nerfed. And it was like that for pitching too. So it was pretty interesting. So worth checking out. And then the weirdest finding is that catcher defense doesn't seem to matter much anymore. And to confirm that, I went back and reran in OOTP27 the same experiment, and there was at least now they're both pretty small differences between the boosted catcher defensive attributes, but it was like 5x the difference. So yeah, Jeff Mathis came up earlier tonight too, Holler. Oh yeah, and yeah, Zegras is mentioning that when for pitchers when we boosted BABIP, the team zone rating went up, and when we nerfed BABIP, the team zone rating went down. So that's a very weird finding that is probably has something to do with like how the game has to try to make the BABIP result match the PBABIP rating. So it's super weird, but very interesting. So we got Alex Moss third in the voting at catcher. Josh Abson leading the voting at first base. Tidwell third in voting at second base. And we're all chasing Aaron Judge, who led all vote getters with nearly 6 million votes. Tommy Miles leading the voting at shortstop, hitting 337 with 23 bombs. That's a huge season for a shortstop. No one in the top three voting in left. Ryan Peterson second in voting in center field behind Byron Buxton. Jose Pena, 3.7 million votes, but unfortunately trailing Aaron Judge in right field. And then DH Schisler leading with 4 million votes. Oh, look at this. The AI learned how to vote for pitchers that are created. Arts and Adams first and second in voting. Arts 15-4 with a 1.91 ERA. And Adams 16-1 with a 2.38 ERA. Art's probably looking at Adams' 2.38 ERA and his own 1.91 ERA and wondering, how do I have 4 losses and Adams only has 1? Not getting the run support is Victor Arts. Now, the AI, historically not great at voting for pitchers, but did vote for the 2 starting pitchers. Kind of curious to see how the relief pitcher is doing, because we have a stud closer. Mike Chambers is 3-2 with 28 saves, a 1.7 ERA, and a .9 WHIP, 1.3 WAR, but did not get in the top 5 for votes in relief pitchers. All right, well, let's see what happened with the selection. Okay, Arts was voted in, Adams was selected, CJ Smart was selected. They did not take our closer. Let's see. Moss was selected at catcher. Abston was voted in. Schisler was voted in. Tidwell was selected. Miles was voted in. Peterson was selected. And Pena was selected. So 10 All-Stars. Let me get the leaderboard up. I'll put that information in. Again, my leaderboard entries do not get color coded or anything. They're not eligible for the leaderboard. They're just there to kind of show what's been done and kind of what's possible. But since these two are probably not going to be the final format, I might just take them off. All right, so 10 All-Stars. We had 8 in my previous run. But that was under also a different setup as well. Home run. Where's the home run? Oh, here it is. Cabanero wins home run challenge. Can we go? If we go back, can we see the? Oh, I didn't know it was going to load every time. Let's go back to the 13th. Home run challenge results. Of course, Schizler lost 8-7 in round 1. Pena lost 8-7 in round 1. Schwarber and Cameron, the 2 finalists, took out our players. At least we lost to the 2 finalists. But of course we lost. And then what happened in the All-Star game? The AL won 6-5. How did our players do? Peterson went 0 for 1. Abson went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Tidwell went 1 for 3 with a strikeout. Schizler did go 1 for 2 with a run scored. Pena went 0 for 2 with a walk. Miles went had no at bats, 2 walks and a run scored though. And Moss came in as a catcher but did not bat. Smart started the game, 1 inning and 2 strikeouts. And that's it from our pitchers. All right, so pretty good showing. All right, let's run the month of August. Sorry I blew past that All-Star break. I'm a little out of practice. We haven't done a lot of these full season sims in a while, especially with the pack giveaway running. 12-game shutdown by a streak by Chambers comes to an end. 108. Okay, the win percentage has come down but below 800. We're 108 and 30. So 783 times 162 is a 127 game win total. Still higher than I'd like to start with. And we're headed up to 800 again. 128 and 33. 120 and 34. 30 player. Let's see. Miles led in average. Schizler led in home runs. Pena finished second. Oh, Pena and Schizler tied for second in RBI. Abston and Miles first and third. And Oh, wait. Do we have one more game to play? Did I do that yet? We did, but is there still... Oh, no. Okay. All right, we're done. Let's see. It's Arts, Adams, and CJ Smart for ERA. It's Adams, Arts, and Pudge for wins. And Adams leads for strikeouts. So Adams won 2 of the 3 legs of the Triple Crown. Where is Judge for home runs? Yeah, he's not in the top 3. Judge hit 314 with 52 bombs, so he's just off the list. He's actually tied with Buxton, so he's technically on the list, just not showing. Chambers finishes second in saves with a 1.94 ERA. Yeah, Buxton with injuries turned off is apparently a monster. Still a 500 team, though, even with a healthy, all-season healthy Buxton. So let's go ahead and save this. You know that? Okay, I don't have to mention it. All right, playoff coverage. Let's go to the playoff tree. We will speed sim the wildcard round because we're waiting for the division series to start. All right, Reds beat the Padres to face the Cubs. The Mets sweep the Phillies to face the Dodgers. The Astros beat the Blue Jays to face the Mariners, and the Rangers beat the Red Sox to face our Creator roster team. Mets lose, no surprise, 9-8. Reds beat the Cubs. That's a bit of a surprise. You live in Minnesota? We've been trying to bubble wrap for the last 10 years. Yeah, it's rough when a player you like is so injury prone. I felt that way about Ken Griffey Jr. too. Like, he had such great years, but he got injured quite a bit for a superstar. And I was like, man, stop chasing those balls into the wall. Broke his arm running into the wall, chasing a fly ball. All right, let's finish today. NL Game 2. Cubs beat the Reds 6-5. They tie up that series at 1 apiece. Ooh, the Mets shut out the Dodgers, tying that series at 1 apiece. Mariners win 7-3. They take a 1-0 series lead. And we've got Jared Adams on the mound against Jacob Latz of the Rangers. And the Creator roster team wins 5-2. We can win low scoring games 5-2, no problem. All right, NL's on a travel day. AL goes to Game 2. In 12 innings, the Astros score 1 in the top of the 12th to win it 7-6. That series is now tied at 1 apiece. And with Victor Arts on the mound, we win 10-1. Schisler goes 2 for 3 with 2 bombs. Abson goes 2 for 4 with 2 bombs. And Arts goes 6 2/3 of 1 earned run ball. Yeah, so 2 home run performances by the Creator roster team. Pretty good. All right, AL's going to head on a travel day as the NL resumes Game 3. Reds beat the Cubs. They take a 2-1 series lead. And, of course, the Dodgers beat the Mets 9-1. All right, NL, these are potentially elimination games as the Reds look to close out the Cubs. They win 6-2, so the Reds have eliminated the Cubs. Dodgers looking to eliminate the Mets. They win 4-3 in 12 innings, scoring in the top of the 12th, and they advance, winning 3-1. Astros win 4-3. They take a 2-1 series lead. Now, if the Creator roster team can sweep here, they'll get a little extra rest because the other division series game in series in the AL is only 2-1, and there'll be a travel day in there if it goes to 5. And that's what I get for counting my chickens before they hatch. The Rangers win 5-1, so there will be no benefit from rest as we head to Game 4. The Astros win 10-5. They win the series. And now we're probably going to go to a Game 5 because I jinxed us. And we are going to a Game 5 because I jinxed us. So we are the team that's not going to get any rest. Dang it. Oh, I forgot to go to a 4-man pitching staff, too. So, 4-man pitching staff. Where does Aerosmith go in the bullpen? He is the setup. That means our next starter should be Jared Adams. Okay, so finish today. We've got a travel day. So Adams is rested. Facing DeGrom. Oh, no. Okay, so Holler says, get Steven Tyler out of there. It's not that he needs his songwriters. He needs what's the guitar? Is it Joe Perry? What's the guitarist name? Aerosmith guitarist. It is Joe Perry. I was right. Okay, good. Some of my trivia brain is still intact. All right, let's go to game 5. See what happens. Jared Adams versus DeGrom. That's a good pitching matchup. Oh, we win 10-3. We shell DeGrom. 4 runs in the second. All right, we're headed to the World Series, despite not having had Aerosmith in the bullpen for those first series. But now we have a 4-man rotation and we're set. All right, NLCS is going to start first. So that gives us at least 1 day of rest. Dodgers win 3-1. Oh, sorry. Yeah, League Championship Series. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. But we do get that 1 day of rest. Victor Arts is set to be the starter. Wow, the Reds crushed the Dodgers 15-4. Yamamoto has a 14.85 postseason ERA now. Amazing. All right, in game 1 for the Creator roster team, we win 3-1. Arts goes 7 scoreless. We win game 2 3-2, a pitching duel. Home runs by Pena and Tidwell. Neither had an overpowering performance. Both had good performances. 3 earned and 6 2/3 for Hunter Brown. Slightly better, 2 earned and 6 2/3 for CJ Smart. Brown had more strikeouts, but CJ Smart actually didn't pitch much better. 5 hits and 2 walks versus Brown's 4 hits and 4 walks, but did pitch well enough to get the win. All right, AL on a travel day. NL resumes with game 3. Reds win 2-1, so they are leading the Dodgers 2-1. Dodgers win game 4 9-3. That series is knotted up at 2 apiece. Game 3 after the travel day for the Crater roster team. They lose 5-3, so the lead's cut to 2-1. Reds win 5-3. So the Reds are ahead again, and they're on the verge of eliminating the Dodgers. Crater roster team wins 4-2, so they are now out to a 3-1 lead. And during the NL travel day, the AL CS is won by the Crater roster team. So headed to the World Series and getting at least an extra day of rest. We'll see what happens to the NL. Dodgers win 9-4, so they tie their series up at 3 apiece. So it'll be a travel day, I think, before the. No, I think no. The game, so there is no travel day, but there will be at least 1 extra day for Game 7. 1 extra day of rest. Yamamoto with his 14.85 ERA, geez, against Lodolo. 2-0 with a 1.54 in the postseason. The Reds do it to Yamamoto again. Actually, Yamamoto wasn't the problem. He only gave up 1 earned run in 5 2/3. Still got the loss as the Dodgers were shut out. But it was actually the Dodgers bullpen that time. Yeah, 1 unearned run by Yates, 2 unearned runs by Vesia, and Banda gave up 2 earned runs. All right, let's go back to the scores view. So Cincinnati eliminates the Dodgers on a shutout. Travel day, so that's 2 extra days for rest. So we got CJ Smart on the mound. Didn't quite get back to the top of the rotation. But CJ Smart against Hunter Green. 9-5 win. And it wasn't even that close because the Reds scored 3 in the top of the ninth to make it look a little bit closer than it was. Chambers postseason, 6 saves, 0 ERA. I probably just jinxed him now. He's going to blow the save in the next game. No, 5-1 win. Did Chambers come in the game? Nope, I guess there was enough of a lead. They went with the scrub and bench bullpen pitchers. Travel day. Go to game 3. All right, here's Victor Arts. 3-0 with a sub-1 ERA in the postseason. And he wins 11-2. Potential sweep here as we head to game 4. Pudge Rodriguez on the mound facing Nick Martinez. It is a sweep. 15-2 win. Wow. 2 home runs by Peterson, 3 home runs by Miles, and another 2 home runs by Pena. 1 home run each by Abson, Schisler, and Tidwell. So that's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 home runs. 10 bombs. Amazing. Amazing. Tommy Miles is the MVP. He hit 4 home runs. His OPS is 2078. 2078 OPS. Holy cow. In the World Series, he had a 600 OPS and a 1467 slug for a 2078 OPS. I mean, this is an all-time World Series performance, right? If this were real life, the sports media would be going bonkers over Tommy Miles' performance. That's awesome. All right, so this is a little too juiced now. So we'll have to figure out some sort of middle ground. But I'm glad we got this tested because I thought we had it set, and now it's definitely a little too hot. Also, have to start doing some low ball low ball and dead ball testing so that I want to kind of capitalize on some of that momentum we had in low ball towards the end of the cycle. There was a lot of interest in playing low ball Crater Roster, which was fun. I'm also toying with whether we keep it in 07 or change the year, but I'm definitely going to introduce at least one round where we're not using the era specific player creation because it just squeezed everyone into too much of a cookie cutter. I think it's going to be the good round that we exempt the players from the modifiers. I think having them in legend level would make them too strong, and I think the same for star. I think good might be the sweet spot there. Yeah, so let's see. Let's go see the trophy awarded. There we go. Crater Roster team had a hard time in the division series, but 4-1 in the ALCS and then sweeps the World Series. All right, let's save this and let's do the postseason awards so we can get ready for the pack giveaway. So I'll head to the mailbox for this. Oh yeah, do we have any more players of the game? Players of the month? let's see. August 1st. Judge was Bat of the Month. Bubich was Pitcher of the Month. How about August? Kurtz and Gilbert. And then how about September? Miles won it in September. Hit 370 with 6 home runs. So he was warming up for the playoffs in September. All right, let's go look at the postseason awards. Great Gloves. 1620 game score. That's a huge game score. It's also a huge win total. So. All right, that was the end of the season. Now we go to the Great Glove Award. Yeah, 0. 0 Great Gloves. Okay, relief pitcher of the year. We do have a candidate. He went 4-4 with 37 saves, 1.94 ERA, 0.91 WHIP, and a 1.9 WAR. I think the ERA is a bit too high, but I think he'll get some votes. He might even finish in the top 4. Okay, he finished 4th. I nailed it. You know, for 80 stuff, 71 strikeouts in 65 innings, what does that work out to for my strikeouts per 9? Yeah, 9.8 strikeouts per 9. Not super impressive considering he had 80 stuff. So that's interesting. All right. Let's go back to the mailbox and we'll skip ahead to Platinum Stick Award announcements. 4 Platinum Stick Awards. Not a lot considering how offense first we were in player creation. Abston at first, Tidwell at second, Tommy Miles at short, and Tyler Schisler at DH. 59 homers at only a 264 average for Schisler. All right, what's next? Rookie of the Year, I think. We don't have any candidates. All right, Cy Young Award. 23-1 for Adams. He'd be my favorite, although his ERA is 2.44. Arts had the better ERA, but a 20-5 record, 1.96 ERA, and a much better WHIP. Adams has a higher WAR though. It's possible they could finish 1 and 2. Adams wins it. Does his teammate come in second? Arts does come in second, and Smart comes in third. So 1, 2, and 3 in the Cy Young voting. Very nice. Very nice. All right, and then MVP. We'll sort by OPS. Abston had an 1142 OPS, 57 bombs, 140 RBI, 146 runs scored, 290 average. Miles had 37 bombs and a much higher 332 average. And then Pena with 49 bombs and a 305 average. I think Schisler's batting average will keep him from contention. But let's see who wins the MVP. Absent does win it. See, Grizzly was right. Absent says probably Absent. Absent did win it. Absent with Miles coming in second, Pena fourth, Schizler sixth, Peterson seventh, and Tidwell ninth. So a pretty good showing by the team. Z Grizzly with Scritches for Crouton. Thank you for the Scritches for Crouton. Hey, buddy, these are Z Grizzly Scritches for you. Why don't you come lay down? No? Alright, he looks like he wants a walk. He's doing his little stretches. So let me get through the pack giveaway, and then I'm gonna raid out and take him for a walk. So we do win the MVP. Alright, so we have, I think, all the information we need for the pack giveaway. So let's switch gears to that. Alright, here are the guesses. Good luck, everybody. Alright, will this team make the playoffs? Everyone got that right. Will it win its division? It did win the division by 47 games. So Nerd, Rev Jr., D-Block, Clay Dog, Holler, Hot Dog, and Fight Me Cutie Pie, and Dono all advance. Will it make it to the World Series? We did make it to the World Series. So we lose Clay Dog. Oh, and we lose Hot Dog, Dono, and Fight Me Cutie Pie. So we're down to 4. Win the World Series. Yes. So we lose Nerd of Anarchy. Rev Jr., D-Block, and the Holler are left. Cy Young Award. We did win the Cy Young Award, so we lose Rev Jr. It's D-Block and Holler. MVP. Did win an MVP. But you both guessed that, so it comes down to the win total. The win total is 128. Let me resize this so you can all see. D-Block got it almost exactly right with 127. So D-Block is going to win first place packs. That's 7 packs. Who picked the higher number? Not me, says the Holler. Holler picked 118. You know, 118, though, was among the higher picks. 127, 123, and then the 2 118s. But the Holler does get 3 bonus points headed into the second place portion of our game here. So let me hide these columns. Let me resize everything. All right, so D-Block does not have to have any questions scored because he has already won. And then we're going to leave the bright yellow for the Holler to remind me of the 3 bonus points. All right, so everyone comes back in at this point. All right, games behind. 0 games behind because they won the division. So everyone who gets division winner is going to get points here. All right, number of All-Stars, that was 10. Rev Jr. was the highest guess at 7, so no one really came close, but Rev Jr. does get the solo point there. Gold Glove winners. There were 0 Gold Glove winners. The Holler gets a solo point, adding to his bonus from the Survivor Style section. Platinum Stick Awards. There were 4. Clay Dog, Nerd of Anarchy get points. Okay, the mouse hover questions. I forgot about those. Offense, first, third, and first. And on the defensive side, first, first, and fifth. All right, so first up is runs scored. So Nerd, Rev Jr., Clay Dog, and the Holler each get points. The secret says my only way to get points is probably pitching. Batting average, third in batting average. So the Holler and Dono get points there. Man, the Holler is going to be tough to beat tonight, it looks like. Home runs hit, first. So Nerd, Clay Dog, and again a Holler. Holler the only one to score points in each of the first three mouse hover questions. ERA first. Clay Dog and the Holler. Strikeouts thrown first. Clay Dog and the Holler. The Holler has not missed a question in the mouse hover section yet. Defensive efficiency, fifth. Nerd of Anarchy gets a solo point there. Big solo point. Okay, headed into the batting questions. We've got Nerd of Anarchy with 5 points. Cobra, unfortunately, not doing too well. Rev Jr. gets 3 points. Clay Dog, without the benefit of a bonus 3 points, has a 6-point score. Oops, that goes for Clay Dog. 6-point score for Clay Dog. Z Grizzly having a hard time in the second place section. The Holler, dominant performance so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus the 3 bonus. 10 points for the Holler. 1 for Hot Dog, 2 for Dono, and 1 for Fight Me Cutie Pie. All right, we head to the batting questions. Home runs by the team leader in home runs. Projected 70. Shizzler comes in with 59. The Holler gets 58. Another point for the Holler, who is running away with it at this point. All right, batting average at least 300 plate appearances. 332 by Tommy Miles. 332. 333 by Clay Dog is going to take it. Just 1 point away. All right, next up is OPS. 1142 by Abston. $11.30 is the guess here by Dono. So 11:30 is 12 points away. 11:57 is 15 points away. So Dono is the closest. And then best batting WAR, 9.8 by Miles. 9.8. Clay Dog with a 9.6 is going to be the closest there. All right. After the batting section, Nerd holds at 5. Rev Jr. holds at 3. Clay Dog picks up 2 more to move up to 8. Holler picks up 1 to move up to 11. Dono picks up 1. And so it is a 3-point separation between Clay Dog and the Holler. But there are 4 questions left. And if they are tied, whoever got the more recent question right is going to win the final tiebreak. All right, strikeouts thrown by the team leader. In strikeouts, that would be 265 by Adams. He had 70 stuff and only got 265 strikeouts. That is very different, I think, from OOTP26. Clay Dog with the meme guess of 269 is going to take the point. Always fun when the meme guest gets the point. All right, lowest ERA on the team with at least 186. Victor Arts with a 1.96. 1.9 by Nerd of Anarchy. Is closer than the 2.04 by the Holler. So very close, but Nerd of Anarchy is going to take that point. Keeps Clay Dog alive, I think. Yeah, Clay Dog can still tie it and therefore win if he gets these last 2 questions right. Lowest whip. Victor Arts with a 0.87, minuscule 0.87 whip. So Nerd is 0.08 away. Clay Dog is 0.07 away. Rev Jr. is 0.08 away. Clay Dog 0.07 away. Oh, but look at this. The Holler 0.01 away. What a guess of 0.88. What a guess to clinch it with. That is a crazy good guess. The highest pitcher war, Jared Adams with a 9.2. That'll go to Dono. But yeah, congratulations for the Holler to clinching second place there. Nerd Anarchy finishes with 6. Rev Jr. finishes with 3. Clay Dog finishes with 10. The Holler, though, finishes with 12. And Dono finishes with 4. So congratulations to D-Block, our first place finisher. And the Holler, our second place finisher. It's only been 1 session, but it's shocking to not have Nerd of Anarchy winning second place in something. Yeah, very good guesses across the board. Clay Dog, the Holler, Nerd of Anarchy had some good ones in there. Dono had some good ones, so good job. It was fun doing that again. Thank you for so many of you for participating. That makes it more fun the more people we have. So we did start with a catcher defense test, and then we had a creator roster test run. Creator roster is still coming in pretty hot, so we are going to tweak it a little bit. And then we'll start doing the low ball and dead ball tests too. Studs and duds, I think we'll probably leave it as is. I don't think there's much to change. The scrub level players being worse, though, is going to make it tougher. So I may have to add in some bench level players, depending. We'll do a test and see how it goes. But yeah, I think for creator roster, starting out at 128 is a little too hot. Even though I did get a lot of good RNG, and I mean, come on, I made a good roster for him. That's a pretty good run. But yeah, I'll play with the numbers a little bit, and we'll try another run, see what happens. I'd like the test run to come in right around 120. I think would be great. in the teens would probably even be better. 115 would be, I think, ideal, just because it gives us a lot more room to play with to increase the performance over time. All right, who are we going to rate into? Midnight Sumo. The tournament is over. Um, oh, Baffle streaming. Great. Let me make sure he's not about to end his stream though. Yeah. Okay. He's in. It is the eighth inning. Hopefully, this isn't the last game he's going to play, but we'll rate into Baffle 99. First, let me make sure there isn't an OOTP affiliate playing, though. Yeah, no. There's someone whose tag says Out of the Park Baseball 27, but they are playing, looks like MLB The Show. So, yeah, we'll rate in a Baffle. He is a very fun part of the OOTP community, playing the MLB The Show tonight, but very happy to rate in a Baffle. So, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, Holler, always happy to stream for all of you. Wow, long stream. We started early. I thought we would end early, but we just ended up doing two streams in one here, really. So over 4 hours streaming was such a good time. I didn't even notice the time going by. So thanks everyone for being here. We're gonna raid Baffle 99, and I will be back on tomorrow night. I might stream during the day too because the family's away. I have some flexibility at work this week, and so I might do another daytime stream. Maybe start the creator roster player creation tests. But we'll see. But if I have the time and there's an opening in the schedule, I might hop in there for a daytime stream. Big thanks to Lone Star SW, who started us off with a big raid. Great to have him bridging over to us from the earlier streams. Great streamer. If you're not already following him, go ahead and give him a follow. He's not an affiliate yet, but I imagine it'll just be a matter of time. Lone Star with 2 R's SW. So yeah, give Lone Star a follow. Check out his streams. Super fun time. Super chill vibe in his stream too. I like it a lot. All right, let's go raid Baffle.